Chapter 1354. Better to be a butcher than a lamb. From now on, the two palaces on the left and right of you will become my, Lin Ling's, left and right hands. The moment you appear in Xianping province, I want you to kill all who stand in your way. While the crowd was excited, Lin Ling's bold voice rang out. This was his plan. He wanted to establish a super sect that would not be weaker than the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Your mission is to protect this place. If you follow me, you can become stronger and reach the heights of the star-picking nation. Of course, I don't have any cultivation resources here. I only have ancient martial arts, extreme patterns, heavenly patterns, and saint patterns. Moreover, I won't hide anything. As long as your strength reaches the standard, I can even reward you with heavenly soldiers, mid-tier, high-tier, and even emperor tier. So, you don't have to worry about how strong you are. What you should worry about is your limits. Lin Ling stopped. Behind him was his huge statue. At this moment, his blue robe fluttered, making him look even more like a supreme. His eyes were filled with ambition as he looked at the distant sky. In this heartless world, one should not have the heart to harm others, but one should always be wary of others. The calamity of the 6 saint regions had taught him the sorrow of the weak. So, a man should be strong. Better to be a butcher than a lamb. You may not believe what I'm saying, but those who have followed me through all the ups and downs know that I, Lin Ling, am a man of my words. Lin Ling said word by word. The people of the Flame Legion cheered excitedly. They had followed Lin Ling in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and had witnessed Lin Ling's growth. Moreover, they had also reached heights beyond their imagination. Lin Ling was indeed a man of his words. 2 years ago, your palace lord came to kill us, and the strongest cultivator in our rainforest holy land was only at the pseudo-mortal realm. However, 2 years later, your palace lord was killed by me. Now, I'm one of the candidates to recommend the human emperor. I'm not trying to prove how powerful I am, I just want to tell you that following me is your limit. Lin Ling spoke again, causing the blood of Mumu and the others to boil. The Venerable was as young as them, but he had already achieved something they would never be able to do in their entire lives. If they followed him, why would they be afraid of not achieving anything in their lives? Of course, I'll say the ugly words first. I hate betrayal the most in my life, and I've never betrayed anyone. This is my principle, so you'd better not commit this crime. Otherwise, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you'll still die. Lin Ling's cold eyes swept across the crowd. Wherever his gaze passed, it was as if he could see through their souls, causing them to subconsciously tremble. Now, are you willing to be my sleeping maids? We are willing. No one hesitated and directly shouted. Their voices shook the 9 heavens, causing the entire rainforest holy land to shake. Lin Ling gently smiled as he looked up at the sky. At this moment, his smile was extremely brilliant. His forces were slowly being cultivated. The disciples of the Void Star Divine Palace were all decent geniuses. After subduing them, Lin Ling no longer had any worries. As for martial arts, Lin Ling wrote down a large number of stone tablets and placed them in the rainforest holy land for everyone to comprehend. At this moment, in the 2nd level of the Purple Palace realm, Lin Ling was flying over the sea with Old Purple beside him. I've already swallowed the last black and white Dao fruit, but I still haven't broken through. Your Majesty, your cultivation speed is already very fast, but this breakthrough is also fast. After all, Your Majesty has already accumulated enough strength after fighting Empyrean Void Star and the other powerhouses. Then, it should be within this period of time. As long as I break through, I can go to the Ghost Realm. The two of them landed on the island. A tall and straight old man with red hair was standing there. The old man was arrogant and had a fiery temper. After seeing Lin Ling, he immediately bowed respectfully. He was the Undying Fire King, and he was an even greater existence than the Soul Shatterer. Undying Fire King, His Majesty wants you to spar with him today. Are you ready? Your humble servant is ready. Old Purple lightly said to the Undying Fire King with an indescribable majesty. Hee, Senior Undying, just use your full strength. You don't have to worry about my status. Lin Ling respectfully said. Then, his face turned solemn. The Undying Fire King was a first-layer saint. In addition, he was an ancient character. In terms of martial arts and battle experience, he was definitely at the peak of the first-layer saint realm. Lin Ling couldn't use the demon god, wind lightning wings, and could only rely on the fiend god overlord physique and fire martial Dao. This was obviously going to be difficult. As expected of His Majesty. Good! The Undying Fire King shouted. Flames erupted from his body, turning the entire island into a fiery island. Old Purple frowned. He was afraid that the Undying Fire King would hurt His Majesty, but after hesitating for a moment, he finally left. He also knew that in a battle, if one side held back, then it wouldn't be a battle. Moreover, it wouldn't be of much help to Lin Ling's cultivation. So hot. Senior Undying's immortal physique must not be weak. Moreover, I heard that a Saint Realm cultivator's Dantian forms a Saint C. Their attack, defense, and speed are doubled. Lin Ling's face was focused. He stared at his opponent and analyzed. Your Majesty, in terms of spiritual chi, a Saint Realm Master can easily kill a Transcendent. Moreover, the greatest characteristic of a Saint Realm Master is their comprehension of the void. A Saint Realm Master who has reached the peak of the Saint Realm has the ability to traverse the void at will. This is a power that surpasses any movement skill and is comparable to Your Majesty's wind, thunder, and lightning wings, perhaps even stronger. The Undying Fire King explained. The characteristic of a Saint Realm cultivator was that they could cross the void. Just thinking about it was terrifying. No matter how strong or talented you were, if the opponent appeared in front of you in an instant, you would die without a doubt. Of course, this was relative. For example, Lin Ling's physical body was strong, so even if the opponent appeared in front of him in an instant, there was nothing he could do. Moreover, not every Saint Realm cultivator had comprehended the power to cross the void. It could only be said that early Saint Realm cultivators were just beginning to comprehend it. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh. If he hadn't cultivated the Fiend God Overlord body, he wouldn't have been a match for a first-layer Saint Realm cultivator. Begin. Your Majesty, please excuse me. Hong Long Long. On the island, a great battle broke out. Lin Ling suppressed a lot of his trump cards, so he was quickly defeated and seriously injured. After resting for an incense stick's worth of time, Lin Ling shouted again. The Undying Fire King was stunned. His Majesty was simply a martial arts fanatic. Hong Long Long. A new battle began. Without a doubt, Lin Ling was defeated again. No matter how serious his injuries were or how many times he was defeated, Lin Ling would quickly stand up. He knew that if he lost here, he would be injured, but if he lost in the outside world, he would die. Therefore, it wasn't a big deal for him to bleed and feel pain. Your Majesty, I'm at the peak of the first-layer Saint Realm. Unless Your Majesty's Overlord body reaches the fourth layer, or you comprehend a heavenly pattern martial art, you won't be able to win. The Undying Fire King was frightened by Lin Ling's madness, so he reminded. Senior Undying, how is your heavenly pattern martial art? Lin Ling asked. Your Majesty, watch carefully. Great Yuan Yang. Chapter 1355. Quota gathering. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. The Undying Flame King's power seemed to be self-generated. It was different from the martial arts he had seen before, as it didn't absorb any world energy. Your Majesty, flames also have life and need to be born. Attacks formed by absorbing world energy aren't considered heavenly martial arts. Only attacks formed by one's own power can be considered heavenly martial arts. Then where does the world energy supporting martial arts come from? Your Majesty, it comes from your Dantian. Let the world energy enter your Dantian, and from there, enter your martial arts to give birth to a new martial art." The undying Flame King laughed, and the blazing sun in his hand became more and more terrifying. The appearance of a great law made it difficult for people to move, and he threw it out. Rumble. In the distant sea, layers of explosions occurred, and the seawater was blasted 10,000 li high. Before the seawater could fall back down, it was burned clean. Only by being born from the body can the great law of heaven and earth be formed. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He stretched out his right hand and condensed spiritual yuan in his palm. His eyes were still looking forward, and time seemed to slow down. The process of the undying Flame King's martial arts slowly appeared in his mind. To be born was to create life. The birth of flames. When Lin Ling was comprehending fire profound, he could enter this realm. However, creation was even more mysterious than birth. It had an additional flavor of law. Heavenly martial arts are truly great laws. They're even more powerful than extreme martial arts. It's a method used by Saint Realm experts. Believe me, the law is created by me. The undying Flame King said. The law is created by me. Lin Ling muttered to himself as he continued to comprehend and recall. Pa! A wisp of flame appeared in his palm before disappearing. Although there was a flame, it wasn't the feeling Lin Ling was pursuing. It wasn't creation. Again. Time quietly passed as the undying Flame King looked at Lin Ling while Lin Ling continued to comprehend. Creation must be born from my Dantian flame, but it must have its own laws. It seems that laws are the most important, or else it would just be an ordinary fire martial art. Let's see the undying Flame King's cultivation process. Lin Ling's right hand finally emitted a sparkling and translucent flame. It was very small, like firewood, but it made the undying Fire King's pupils constrict. That wisp of flame was very small, but the suppressive power was terrifying. It made the undying Fire King feel that it was a great law. A great law martial art was a law of its own. It could suppress many extreme pattern martial arts because extreme pattern martial arts were just the momentum of heaven and earth. Although the momentum was powerful, it was still suppressed by the rules. For example, when lightning struck down from the sky, it was the momentum of heaven and earth. It was indeed very powerful, but the rules of heaven and earth could restrain it. When it appeared and when it disappeared, that was the power of the rules. Your Majesty, we did it. Staring at the wisp of flame in Lin Ling's hand, the undying Fire King nodded. That was the characteristic of a heavenly pattern martial art. Yes, but the flame is too small. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head. There were two reasons why he had succeeded. First, the Eye of Time allowed him to continuously observe the undying Fire King's execution process. Second, Lin Ling's extreme pattern martial art had reached the transcendent realm, Flame Sea World. From that martial art, Lin Ling had gained enlightenment. Your Majesty is only a transcendent sixth-layer cultivator, but you've already comprehended the methods of an origin saint expert. Worthy of your outstanding talent. The undying Fire King was still shocked. The flame in Lin Ling's right hand gradually grew bigger, but in the end, it was only as big as a stone plate. Moreover, it followed Lin Ling's will. Since it's a creation martial art, then the rules are created by me. The same goes for the form. Let it be a dragon. Lin Ling inwardly thought. The stone plate-sized fireball began to change, squirming, and a flame dragon as thick as an arm appeared. This dragon was vivid and lifelike, with scales, claws, and dragon horns. Everything about it seemed real. What a terrifying perception. Wow! The undying Fire King was startled once more. Lin Ling's foundation in the fire martial Tao was too solid. After all, the more realistic a flame was, the more control it had. But this dragon is too small. Wow! Lin Ling frowned as he stared at the flame dragon hovering around him. Your Majesty, you've forgotten that heavenly pattern martial arts are the methods of origin saint experts. Your Dantian must have a saint C, but your majesty only has spiritual energy. Naturally, you can't let it grow any bigger. Moreover, if your majesty wasn't an alien cultivator and had 7 spiritual energies at the transcendent 6th layer, your flame would be even smaller. The Undying Fire King said. Lin Ling suddenly understood. If that was the case, then when he reached the transcendent 7th layer and had 8 spiritual energies, the might of this heavenly pattern martial art would be even stronger. This heavenly pattern martial art belongs to the minor completion stage. Let's call it the 100 Forbidden Great Flame Dragon. Lin Ling said with a smile. Creation is also a realm in the fire martial Tao. Your Majesty smoothly entered it, so this martial art was created by your Majesty. In the future, this martial art will definitely become famous in Xianping province. The Undying Fire King smiled. Lin Ling had created a heavenly pattern martial art, and it was a martial art that belonged to him. Lin Ling nodded confidently and looked into the distance. Unknowingly, he had been tossing and turning for several years. The current him was already 25 years old. Looking back, he had fought countless battles. There were smiles and tears, blood and sweat, and the pace of battle still hadn't stopped. This time, I spent a lot of time cultivating. Now, it's time for the 4 recommendations to gather. All right. Lin Ling collected his thoughts and left the Purple Palace Manor. At the same time, a stone tablet appeared in the rainforest's sacred land. Heavenly Pattern Martial Art, 100 Forbidden Great Flame Dragon. Creation was a realm that could only be reached by monstrously talented cultivators. However, not every Saint Rudiment realm cultivator was capable of creation, and the heavenly pattern martial arts they cultivated were inherited from their predecessors. Lin Ling also placed great importance on the gathering of the 4 recommendations. Right now, he needed cultivation resources, so he could only obtain them by stepping into a stronger world. Moreover, Lady Shui Wu had helped him, so he couldn't disappoint her. Today, the Black-White Dao Palace was bustling with activity. All the experts had returned because today was the gathering of the 4 recommendations. The 4 recommendations came from the Qian Hall, the Black-White Dao Palace, and the Great Sword Pavilion. The 4 recommendations represented the most monstrous geniuses among the thousands of youths in the Qian Hall. Senior brother Zhang Ren has returned from the Grand Mystic region. Lin Ling killed many experts not long ago. He's also very strong, but his talent is a bit weak. He only has a saint body. Yes, I heard that all the recommendations have immortal bodies, but Lin Ling has a saint body. If Lin Ling is eliminated in the final selection, then Lady Shui Wu and the Black-White Dao Palace will lose face. The crowd in the Black-White Dao Palace was abuzz with discussion. Some of Lord Shan Wu's disciples were jealous. At the same time, a figure walked up the stairs and arrived at the huge square of the Black-White Dao Palace. It was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you're back. Li Lingxian was the first to smile happily and welcome Lin Ling. In the distance, Lady Shui Wu also smiled with anticipation. As for Lord Shan Wu's disciples, they were jealous, but they didn't dare to say anything. After all, Lin Ling had defeated the second-ranked genius of the Black-White Dao Palace. Although his talent was ordinary, he was indeed very strong. Chapter 1356. Celestial Soldier Flying Ship. He's Lin Ling? He's only at Transcendent Stage 6, and he has an Earth-grade saint body. How could he get a spot? In a corner of the plaza, a short youth stood next to Lord Shan Wu. His hands were behind his back, and his eyes shone brightly. Just by standing there, he seemed to be the law of heaven and earth. This child's talent is indeed not good, but he defeated your junior apprentice brother and has a supreme pattern martial art at the Transcendent Stage. With his strength, the elders acknowledged his position, and with Lord Shui Wu's support, he was able to get a spot. Lord Shan Wu nodded. He'll lose face sooner or later. The short youth said coldly. He was one of the people who had recommended Zhang Ren. This person had a powerful 3rd-grade yellow tier immortal body, the Heart of Eternity. This immortal body wasn't something he was born with, but rather something he had obtained by luck while training in the demon domain. As everyone knew, talent wasn't static. If one had the opportunity, they could become a carp leaping over the dragon gate and becoming a true dragon. Of course, the chances of that happening were very low, and it depended on luck. And Zhang Ren was one of them. The heart of eternity. It was said that Zhang Ren's strongest point was his heart, the heart of an immortal. His talent and strength were both so great, while Lin Ling was very ordinary. Being together with Lin Ling made him feel extremely embarrassed. Since everyone is here, let's go to the Origin Magnetic Mountain Villa. Lord Shui Wu stood up and said. Soon after, a giant blue ship appeared in the sky. This was a flying ship that could cross the void at an extremely fast speed. It had been obtained by an elder of the Black-White Dao Palace in the ruins of the Spirit Creek Immortal Kingdom. So powerful, a king-tier heavenly soldier. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. The Black-White Dao Palace had a very deep foundation. Let's go. Lord Shan Wu waved his hand, and everyone boarded the flying ship. The Black-White Dao Palace naturally couldn't lose face in this gathering, so many people were going. Senior apprentice brother Lin Ling, come here. A disciple respectfully said to Lin Ling, allowing him to board the ship first. Lin Ling was one of the people who had recommended Lin Ling, and his status was extremely high. I envy that kid. Lord Mountain Mist's younger brother was even more jealous. But soon, he quietly waited for a good show. Although Lin Ling's spot had been confirmed, it didn't mean that the 7 emperors had confirmed it. If Lin Ling was eliminated in the end, then Lord Water Mist would lose face. And at that time, Lord Water Mist would no longer have the face to continue sitting in her palace lord position. Lord Shan Wu also knew this, so he did not make things difficult for Lin Ling this time. Instead, he smiled and said, this time, everyone must work hard. Rumble. The flying boat was like an ancient city as it slowly rose into the sky. The people on the boat were excited, but soon, many of their expressions changed. They had almost forgotten the taboo. Sure enough, after the flying boat rose into the air, it began to break through the void, and the scenery on both sides became blurry, making people feel as if they had entered an illusion. Everyone hurriedly sat down cross-legged and formed groups of 3 to 5. They released their spiritual energy to block the incoming wind. One had to know that the speed of the flying boat could break through the void, so the force of impact and the wind it brought was very terrifying. It could blow people off the boat or even to death. Unless one was strong enough, they could only form groups and use their spiritual energy to block the wind. And this was the taboo. Even if one was a first-layer saint, if they were not prepared at the beginning, they would still be at a disadvantage. At this moment, Lin Ling was standing on the flying boat. When the terrifying wind blew, his pupils constricted and he felt as if his whole body was being cut by a knife. This was the powerful force of breaking through the void. Junior brother Lin Ling, this is your first time riding a flying boat. Be careful, don't get swept off the boat. Yes. Li Ling Xian hurriedly reminded. Many people looked over and knew that this was Lin Ling's first time riding a flying boat. But if Lin Ling was swept off the boat, that would be embarrassing. Zhang Ren also looked at Lin Ling and lightly shook his head. Void wind, if you don't guard against it, even a 7th-layer transcendent will be blown to death. If he is blown to death by the wind, that would be fun. A disciple beside him flattered. Another said, Brother Zhang, I'll teach him a lesson for you. Brother. These two were twins and called the He brothers. They worshipped Zhang Ren greatly. Don't act recklessly. If you make Lord Shui Wu unhappy, you'll be in trouble. Zhang Ren reprimanded. Although he looked down on Lin Ling was currently on the recommendation list. So on the surface, he did not dare to act rashly against Lin Ling. The world is unpredictable. I have my ways. Brother. The disciple said as if he was asking for credit. He took a large step forward and threw himself at Lin Ling. Not good, the wind is too strong. I can't control my body. Brother. This guy. Zhang Ren understood the other party's intentions. The other party wanted to push Lin Ling off the airship. If that happened, it would be fun. Thinking about it, if a dignified recommendation fell off the airship, it would be strange if others didn't laugh at him. Even Lord Shui Wu would be questioned. At this moment, Lin Ling was still familiarizing himself with the gust of wind. His body was a little unstable, but his eye of time appeared. He could vaguely see the trajectory of the gust of wind in the void. This caused him to be immersed in it. At the same time, in his Dantian spirit qi, an illusion of the ancient divine emperor appeared, overlapping with his body. Previously, only his fists were clear, but now his legs were also clear. Your Majesty, you are getting closer and closer to the fourth layer of the land of divinity and devil overlord. Old Z's voice sounded. Lin Ling had swallowed the blood essence of Yamada no Orochi and was close to breaking through. Now, although he had not broken through, he seemed to have begun to learn the fourth layer of the divine ability. The fourth layer of the divinity and devil overlord body was space distortion. One had to know that the biggest characteristic of a saint realm cultivator was their comprehension of the void, and the divinity and devil overlord body was even stronger in this regard. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He vaguely knew that this was the power of the fourth layer of the land of divinity and devil overlord body. Pung! At this moment, a figure slammed into Lin Ling. If it were any other time, Lin Ling would not have been hit, but right now, he happened to be in the middle of comprehending the void, so he was knocked off the airship. At this moment, everyone on the airship was stunned. A dignified recommendation fell off the airship. This was too shameful. Bastard, the airship is quite fast. Who told you to act recklessly? Lord Shui Wu also noticed this scene and immediately shouted angrily. Looking at He Di's appearance, he also couldn't control his body because of the wind. That's why he misunderstood. The world is unpredictable. Lord Shan Wu laughed. He was saying that this was a misunderstanding, but in fact, he also knew that this was done deliberately by He Di to make Lin Ling and Lord Shui Wu lose face. I didn't do it on purpose. At this moment, He Di put on an innocent look, then sat down cross-legged to resist the wind. It was not his first time on the airship, so he had a way to resist it. Sir, do we need to wait for him? Perhaps he fell on a mountain peak in the south of Xianping province. One of the He brothers, He Tian, laughed, causing even more mockery to erupt. However, their laughter abruptly stopped. Outside the flying boat, the clouds flowed like water, and within the rolling clouds, a silhouette could be seen closely following the flying boat. Chapter 1357. Life is unpredictable, distorting space weakens the power of incoming attacks and makes it easier to dodge. At this moment, Lin Ling was overjoyed. His eye of time had helped him once more, allowing him to comprehend the first stage of the Great Spatial Laws. This was the fourth level of the Great Spatial Laws, the smoky heavens and earth. As for the strong winds in the void, they were unable to affect him at all. Old Z also excitedly said, Your Majesty, your perception is much better than the previous emperors. He knew that space distortion was the most difficult to comprehend. It required one to sense space and then reverse it to form the grand principles of space. If one cultivated it to the peak, space distortion would allow one to remain unscathed amidst thousands of grand principles of space. Because of space manipulation, any attack would be distorted, causing it to miss. This was also a powerful movement martial skill. Currently, I have 2 grand principles, but I'm only a transcendent 6th layer cultivator. If they knew, they would definitely be shocked. Wind, thunder, lightning, wings. Lin Ling didn't want to reveal his trump card, so he sprouted a pair of beautiful thunder wings behind him, allowing him to continue following the airship. If he wanted to reveal his trump card, he would only do so at a critical moment, as it would also bring about an unexpected effect. After all, he was currently facing the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, and even the Emperor's disciples, so it was better to be cautious. A heavenly weapon, a powerful heavenly weapon, so that's how it is. Everyone looked at Lin Ling and suddenly understood. Lin Ling had a powerful celestial weapon that had formed the Great Law of Thunder. His speed was faster than the Great Law of the Void, so he had avoided the Great Law of the Void. Of course, this Great Law was not something that Lin Ling had comprehended. It came from the celestial weapon. So, instead of being surprised, they were even more jealous. What a lucky boy, it seems that Senior Water Mist gave him a lot of things. Many people thought that the heavenly weapon's wings were given to him by Senior Water Mist. If they knew that Lin Ling had successfully comprehended 2 grand principles, they wouldn't think so. After all, Transcendence comprehended extreme mark martial arts, but a Transcendent comprehending 2 Saint Realm heavenly mark martial arts, who wouldn't be shocked? Pa. At the same time, Lin Ling returned to the airship and looked at He Di. He Di was still in shock. The first time he had ridden the airship, he had been blown tens of thousands of miles away. At that time, he had become the laughingstock of the Black-White Dao Palace. But what shocked him the most was that Lin Ling had actually been able to walk back after being blown off the airship for the first time. Lin Ling didn't say a word. His footsteps seemed to be unstable as he suddenly slammed into He Di. His powerful physical strength erupted, knocking He Di out of the flying boat. He screamed in midair, extremely humiliating. Then, he disappeared into the endless mountains and rivers. That scene stunned countless people. He Di disappeared just like that? Lin Ling, how dare you? Zhang Ren was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but shout. In front of so many people, Lin Ling actually dared to attack his own people. Life is unpredictable. Lin Ling said with a smile, returning He Di's words back to him. What he meant was, I didn't want to push him down, but the wind was too strong and I couldn't control my body, so I accidentally knocked him down. You! Zhang Ren gritted his teeth. Everyone knew that this was an excuse. Most importantly, the He clan was his people. Lin Ling dared to touch them, which was tantamount to losing face. But things had already reached this point, so he had nothing to say. Of course, what made him angry was that Lin Ling's strength wasn't great, but he had a lot of treasures on him. It was because he had overlooked these treasures that Zhang Ren had lost face. That's right, life is unpredictable. Lord Shuiwu was overjoyed. He had been worried about Lin Ling, but to his surprise, not only was Lin Ling fine, he had even given his opponent a good slap in the face. He said to Lord Shanwu, your disciple fell off the flying boat. He's a piece of trash. Should we wait for him? Lord Shuiwu's words were filled with mockery, as if he were scolding Lord Shanwu. Lord Shanwu felt as if he had swallowed a toad. He gloomily said, that trash, let him fend for himself. Forget it. In the end, he is still someone from the Black-White Dao Palace. Let's wait for him. I only hope that next time Lord Shanwu doesn't bring some clown to disgrace himself. Lord Shuiwu lightly smiled. Then, he stopped the airship and waited for He Di to return. But as they waited, everyone was filled with resentment and ridicule. This caused Lord Shanwu and Zhang Ren's expressions to darken even further. Finally, He Di rushed back. He was in an extremely sorry state, his clothes torn apart. When he saw everyone's mocking eyes, he wished he could dig a hole and crawl into it. Last time, he had fallen off the airship and become the laughingstock of the Black-White Dao Palace. Today, history repeated itself. In his anger, he glared at Lin Ling. He only saw Lin Ling gently say, I didn't do it on purpose. Lin Ling, you. He Di was even angrier. He knew that Lin Ling had done it on purpose. As a recommendation, do you only know how to play some small tricks? I hope you don't embarrass the Black-White Dao Palace. Zhang Ren coldly said as he stared at Lin Ling, there's no need for you to worry. Lin Ling replied indifferently. This Zhang Ren was indeed worthy of being a recommendation. His immortal body was extremely powerful. Lin Ling had seen an ancient heart appear behind Zhang Ren, as if it was beating with the rhythm of heaven and earth. That was the heart of an immortal. Of course, compared to Emperor Hong Tiandi, Lin Ling felt that the short youth was still a bit weaker. The airship began to speed up. After crossing thousands of mountains and rivers, it finally arrived at its destination. The Magnetite Mountain Villa was one of the strongest places in Xianping province. Later, a genius was born there and became the disciple of the 7 emperors. This made the Magnetite Mountain Villa one of the strongest places in Xianping province that could not be provoked. At this moment, the Magnetite Mountain Villa seemed ordinary, but it was ancient and sacred. Behind the mountain villa, an ancient black stone was faintly discernible. It was extremely mysterious. A large number of people gathered at the entrance of the mountain villa. After the airship landed, everyone looked over and shouted, "The people from the Black-White Dao Palace are here." The crowd became lively. There were both young and old people, but they were all extremely powerful. 7th stage transcendence could be seen everywhere, and there were even quite a few Saint Realm youths. Obviously, the Magnetite Mountain Villa was the territory of the 7 emperors. Those who could appear here were naturally the top geniuses of the 3 profound realms. Brother Zhongren, after meeting you in the past, your strength has risen to another level. Many people seemed to recognize Zhongren, so they laughed politely. So it's Lu Fei. After not seeing you for so long, your strength has also risen greatly. Zhang Ren's voice floated out, causing the people of the Black-White Dao Palace to secretly admire him. As expected of a recommendation, there were many people who recognized him. Lord Shan Wu led the disciples down the airship. He nodded slightly. Zhang Ren was his recommendation, and now that he was so famous, it made him feel even more proud. At this moment, Lin Ling followed Lord Shui Wu down. Sweeping his gaze, he was secretly surprised. There were so many powerhouses. Those youths are from the 3 profound realms of the mortal world. They are the top geniuses of Xianpeng, Xianyuan, and Xianhuang. Their strength is naturally not weak. Moreover, they are also experts on the Martial Pavilion's profound ranking. Lord Shui Wu explained, causing Lin Ling to nod. No wonder there were so many first-stage saints among those youths who were not even 30 years old. Chapter 1358. Great Sword Pavilion. At this moment, a deafening sword cry rang out. A giant black sword pierced through the sky and shot over. On top of the giant sword, a large number of youths in long robes stood indifferently. Their bodies were protected by powerful auras, and their robes fluttered in the wind. They all carried ancient swords on their backs, giving them an indescribable sense of elegance. Wang wang wang. At this moment, everyone's weapons began to vibrate, as if they were humming for the sword. Lin Ling's expression changed. His tyrannical song also jumped, as if it had encountered a powerful sword rule. However, it soon calmed down, causing Lin Ling's heart to sink. Great Sword Pavilion, one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. A name appeared in Lin Ling's mind. Great Sword Pavilion, a super sect in Xianping province that was second only to the 7 emperors. It was as famous as the Black-White Dao Palace. This sect is filled with great sword saints. It's the strongest swordsman sect in Xianping province. Lord Shui Wu stared at the sky with a serious expression. Obviously, she didn't dare to underestimate Great Sword Pavilion. She knew how terrifying the swords of those sword saints were. Lin Ling also nodded. Today, there wasn't a single weakling here. He looked at the gate of the villa and saw countless people remaining silent with serious expressions. Obviously, they didn't dare to underestimate Great Sword Pavilion. Great Sword Pavilion, as famous as a sword. In the past, I once fought with a powerful genius from Great Sword Pavilion. She defeated me in 3 moves. Li Lingxian sighed, causing Lin Ling's eyes to narrow. Li Lingxian was the #1 disciple of Shui Wu, but she couldn't even block 3 moves. From this point of view, Great Sword Pavilion was indeed more powerful than the Black-White Dao Palace. Of course, this was normal. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. Lord Shui Wu, Lord Shan Wu, I trust you have been well since we last met. The giant sword fell, causing the earth to shake. From afar, it seemed as if the world's largest sword was stuck in the vast earth. Then, a large number of figures floated down. A black-robed man smiled faintly. His body was like a sword, sharp and sharp. Looking at him, everyone's martial heart was shaken, as if they were being cut by a sword. The Saint Realm, rumor has it that 9 out of 9 returned to 1, I'm afraid this person's strength has reached the peak. Lin Ling said in shock. This kind of master was not someone he could face right now. Elder Z's disdainful voice rang out as well. Your Majesty, he's just a little swordsman. In the past, there were 10 great generals. Immortal Water is also good at swords. She can easily defeat them with one strike. Lin Ling was speechless. How could the present be compared to the ancient times? Lin Ling, this man is the great sword lord, the immortal slaying sword venerable. According to legend, his sword can slay all immortal physiques. Lady Shui Wu said in a low voice. She then led Lin Ling forward and began to exchange pleasantries with the black-robed man. This time, the recommendation list will be confirmed. If you pass the test of being a disciple of the human emperor, you will be able to meet the 8 candidates. The immortal slaying sword venerable's voice was hearty, and he seemed to be easy to talk to. Behind him were a large number of disciples with swords on their backs. Each of them was as proud as a sword. Yes, recommending a human emperor is not child's play. Even if we have confirmed the candidates, we still need the human emperor's disciple to check the truth and avoid some people who are just there to make up the numbers. But this is good. At least we won't offend the human emperor because of a trash recommendation. Lord Shan Wu said with a smile. He seemed to be referring to Lin Ling. Let's wait for the human emperor's disciple to confirm everything. Lady Shui Wu said indifferently, knowing what he meant. This is one of your candidates, Zhang Ren. The immortal slaying sword venerable also knew that the two of them were not on good terms. He did not want to get involved, so he stared at Zhang Ren. At this moment, Zhang Ren did not dare to be arrogant. He bowed respectfully. Then, he heard the immortal slaying sword venerable say, a good immortal physique. Very good, very good. The two very good made Zhang Ren's heart jump. He was very excited to be praised by the great sword pavilion's master. It was very good. Then may I know who Big Sword Pavilion's referral quota is? Lord Shan Wu felt that his reputation had been enhanced, so he asked curiously. It's them. The immortal slaying sword venerable smiled and waved his hand. A young man and a young woman came forward. They carried ancient swords on their backs and were dressed in black. Their faces were full of pride and indifference. Greetings, senior. The two of them did not say much. After bowing, they stood indifferently. One of them, Zhang Jianhe. I think you have heard of him. The immortal slaying sword venerable introduced the two of them without hiding anything. Everyone looked at the man. The man looked ordinary, but his eyes were like lightning. There was a faint light like a sea urchin on his body. That was the sword origin. It was extremely powerful and could protect its master. Anyone who dared to come close would be killed by the sword origin. So it's Zhang Jianhe, the man who is ranked 87th on the Xian ranking. Yes, I remember him. His sword is unfathomable. The sword origin's laws are colorful and dazzling. Many people discussed. They had all entered the Xian ranking and naturally knew of Zhang Jianhe. The Xian ranking of the Martial Pavilion was different from the Huang ranking. There were 2 Huang rankings and 3 Xian rankings. The Xian ranking of the Martial Pavilion was composed of cultivators of the first layer to the 3rd layer of the Saint Realm. Zhang Jianhe was only at the 1st layer of the Saint Realm, but he was ranked 87th. What about this one? Lord Shan Wu looked at the other girl and asked. Because Zhang Jianhe was an expert on the lower profound ranking, many people knew about him. However, the other recommendation was a little unfamiliar. It was a black-clothed girl. This girl had an ordinary appearance, but her sword was taller than her. In addition to her fierce killing intent, it gave her a different feeling. Lai Qing, the disciple of the evil sword venerable. The immortal slaying sword venerable did not say much when he introduced the other person. However, the crowd's eyes narrowed. Even Lin Ling's eyes changed slightly. It was her, Lai Qing. He naturally knew who she was. She was the holy son of the 6 holy regions. She also had the dark vermilion butterfly. Unexpectedly, she had become a disciple of the Great Sword Pavilion. Moreover, Lin Ling saw that Lai Qing's cultivation had reached the saint realm. She must have had a fortuitous encounter. Lin Ling could not help but sigh. It seemed that he was not the only one who had a fortuitous encounter. The evil sword venerable condensed the evil qi and evil qi of the heavens and earth. He was the sword saint with the densest killing intent in Xianping province. It was said that not long ago, he killed a disciple of the human emperor. In the end, he was killed by the human emperor. Then, his disciple? Could it be that his disciple obtained his legacy? Many people kept guessing. However, the immortal slaying sword venerable did not say anything. Clearly, this was the truth. Many people secretly envied the evil sword venerable. The evil sword venerable had already fallen, and everything he had was obtained by that young girl. No wonder she was so strong. My great sword pavilion has finished introducing you. I wonder who the other person from the Black-White Dao Palace is? The immortal slaying sword venerable looked curiously at Lady Water Mist. Lin Ling, the person I recommended. Lady Water Mist said bluntly. She looked at Lin Ling beside her. Many people looked over as well. All of them were puzzled. What was so special about this Lin Ling? Lin Ling. I seem to have heard of him before. He is the first on the yellow board. Someone frowned. Currently, Lin Ling was also very famous in Xianping province. Chapter 1359. Confirmation of the spots. This Lin Ling's reputation isn't bad, but his strength is too weak. Many people were shocked. This Lin Ling was first on the yellow list, which meant that Lin Ling was still at the transcendent realm, while the other 3 spots were all saints. Lady Shui Wu has always been discerning. There must be something special about this recommendation. Immortal Slaying Sword Venerable had never heard of Lin Ling, so he was curious. He was also surprised that Lin Ling was only at the transcendent realm. As soon as his words fell, many people from the Black-White Dao Palace felt a little embarrassed. What was so special about Lin Ling? He was very ordinary. Lady Shui Wu said frankly, there's nothing special about him. He only has an earth-grade saint physique, but he has comprehended a supreme martial art to the transcendent realm. At the gate of the villa, everyone fell silent. Then, many people secretly laughed. It was undeniable that Lin Ling's supreme pattern martial arts were quite powerful. However, the recommendation quota was reserved for monstrous geniuses. Among the millions of geniuses, only 4 people had the qualifications. However, Lin Ling only had a saint physique, and not a heaven rank 1 at that. He was only an earth rank 1, and his cultivation was the weakest. This made people wonder if he had the qualifications. Interesting. Is there no one else in the Black-White Dao Palace? Someone couldn't help but say, which led to more laughter. This Lin Ling has made us lose face. Many people from the Black-White Dao Palace gritted their teeth. They were the 4 pillars, but they were being mocked. Lin Ling's face was calm, as if he didn't hear the mocking laughter. As for Lady Shui Wu, she was the same. She seemed to have guessed that such a situation would occur. Lady Shui Wu's way of doing things is still difficult to understand. The Celestial Slayer Sword Venerable shook his head. With Lin Ling's talent, it would be difficult for him to even become a disciple of the Great Sword Pavilion, let alone become one of the top 4. He really didn't know what Lady Shui Wu was thinking. In the big sword pavilion, only Lai Qing's beautiful eyes lit up, and then she smiled. Her smile immediately made Zhang Jianhe frown. This was the first time he saw Lai Qing smile. In his impression, Lai Qing was very murderous and unreasonable. There were people who tried to pursue Lai Qing, but not only did Lai Qing reject them, she even killed them with a single sword strike. But now she was smiling. How could he not be curious? Could it be that Lai Qing knows that Lin Ling? Zhang Jianhe looked at Lin Ling with disdain. He didn't think that there was anything special about Lin Ling, big brother Lin Ling. Lai Qing still did things her own way. She took the initiative to walk towards Lin Ling and then greeted him with a smile. Even the Celestial Slayer Sword Venerable was secretly surprised by her attitude. The eyes of the crowd also flashed. Lai Qing had obtained the legacy of the ruthless sword master and would definitely become a great sword venerable in the future. But she actually took the initiative to talk to Lin Ling. It was as if the two of them weren't even in the same circle. The recommendation list has to be determined by the mortal emperor's disciples. If this Lin Ling is eliminated, then it will be a loss of face. Even the Black-White Dao Palace will lose face. Zhang Jianhe didn't place Lin Ling in his eyes. He knew that those who made up the numbers would lose face sooner or later. This can't be avoided. Zhang Ren also thought so. He was waiting for the scene to unfold. Everyone is here early. Lady Shui Wu, Lady Shan Wu, the Celestial Slayer Sword Venerable has graced my mountain villa with your presence. But because of the Mortal Emperor's order, I still have to do what I have to do. I hope you can forgive me for the inconvenience. At this moment, a smiling voice came from the mountain villa, causing many people's eyes to flicker. The Mortal Emperor's disciple, Gendosa. Gendosa. This person wasn't old, but he was extremely powerful. He was ranked third on the lower Xian ranking and was highly valued by the Mortal Emperor. So this time, he would be the one to determine the final spots. Brother Yuan, you're exaggerating. Lady Shui Wu and the other two looked in the direction of the mountain villa and smiled. Although this person was weaker than them, he was younger and would surpass them in the future. Plus, he was the Mortal Emperor's disciple, so they didn't dare to be careless. Actually, the selection of the Mortal Emperor's spots is something that everyone wants, so I don't want to interfere. But I still have to do things according to the rules. Now, if the 4 spots can enter the mountain villa, then the spots will be confirmed. Gendosa's voice came from the mountain villa again. He seemed to be easy to get along with, so he didn't ask for any excessive tests. Those who could enter the mountain villa were confirmed. Wang. 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 At this moment, behind the mountain villa, the huge black rock that had been hanging in the sky let out a sound. A mysterious power bloomed and covered the land. Swish. 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 Many people couldn't control the weapons in their hands and flew over. If a warrior doesn't have a weapon, then even if he enters the mountain villa, he's not qualified to be a warrior anymore. Gendosa's voice came from the mountain villa. Origin Taoist Buddha has an incredibly powerful immortal physique, and the natural laws of the proto-magnetic celestial body can cause anything and everything to be sucked in. Lady Shui Wu said lightly. My sword. My sword. My saber. Everyone. The crowd exclaimed. Their weapons were all attracted by the huge black rock in the distance. They shook their heads helplessly and had to enter the mountain villa empty-handed. However, they could do that, but the 4 spots couldn't. They had to enter the mountain villa with their weapons. Otherwise, their recommendation spots would be cancelled. Presumably, this was the final selection of the recommendation spots. This time, the final selection of the recommendation spots isn't difficult at all. However, it may be difficult for those who are just here to make up the numbers. Zhang Jianhe muttered to himself. The person he was referring to seemed to be Lin Ling. He didn't have any hatred for Lin Ling. However, he and Lai Qing were both on the recommendation list. When he spoke to Lai Qing, she ignored him. Lin Ling's talent was so bad that Lai Qing took the initiative to talk to him. Therefore, he felt that Lin Ling should have seen through him. Then I'll enter the mountain villa first. He took a step forward and a large amount of sword energy appeared. It was like a sea urchin, but the suppressed power within was extremely terrifying. Wang. At the same time, a terrifying magnetic force was born, forming a great rules. The sword behind Zhang Jinhe shot out as if it wanted to leave him. Heavenly River Sword Energy. Zhang Jinhe roared. Thousands of sword energies floated out and surrounded him, cutting off the great rules of magnetic force and protecting him as he walked safely to the mountain villa. The Heavenly River Sword immortal body is indeed powerful. Many people were secretly impressed. In their eyes, Zhang Jinhe wasn't a swordsman, but a sword immortal. At this point, Zhang Jinhe's recommendation spot was confirmed. Big brother Lin Ling, I'll go in first. Yes. Lai Qing had always been a woman of few words. After saying that, she drew her sword and walked forward. She didn't seem to be worried that Lin Ling would fail and not be able to enter the mountain villa. Wang. The terrifying great rules of magnetic force surged, but Lai Qing didn't even look at it. She slashed out with her sword even more decisively and decisively. Kacha. The red sword light was as large as a mountain. The great rules of magnetic force were cut by the sword, turning from formless to tangible. Many people could clearly see that the so-called magnetic force was in the form of a black electric snake. How powerful! This sword has extremely dense killing intent. Yes. Chapter 1360. Entering the manor, Lai Qing's strength has risen so quickly. Purple Elder, what's the difference between her sword and Zhang Jinhe's sword? Lin Ling stared at Lai Qing's back, feeling happy for her. Your Majesty, Zhang Jinhe is a sword cultivator who specializes in sword energy. Like your Majesty, he cultivates in all aspects. That black-clothed girl is a swordsman who only cultivates the sword. Purple Elder explained in detail, widening Lin Ling's horizons. There was a difference between sword cultivators and swordsmen. In truth, Lin Ling should be a sword cultivator, not a swordsman. Lin Ling was skilled in everything else besides the sword. These people are ignorant, thinking that martial artists need talent. They don't know that there are other martial paths. After all, Your Majesty's God Demon Overlord physique represents a 5th grade yellow class immortal physique. A bunch of frogs in a well. Purple Elder spoke unfairly for Lin Ling. These people had all underestimated Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled, not minding. Their mouths are on their bodies. Let them say what they want. Whatever. At this moment, the big sword pavilion's 2 referrals had entered the manor. The immortal slayer sword venerable couldn't help but laugh in joy. Although this year's human emperor's disciple test was relatively simple, the referrals had been confirmed. This made him happy. This also showed that the immortal slayer sword venerable had a good eye. It's our Black-White Dao Palace's turn. Many Black-White Dao Palace disciples were nervous. They didn't want to lose face in front of the heroes of the world. Heavenly Drum Spear, my weapon. If you want to take it, come. At this moment, Zhang Ren slowly walked forward. Although he wasn't tall, he had the demeanor of an expert. A black heavenly spear appeared in his hand, with ancient runes on it. His spear finger manner. It seemed to say, if you want to take my spear, come and try. Pa. He took a step forward. At the same time, the mysterious law of magnetism surged, causing everything on the ground to wriggle. Eternal Heart. Zhang Ren said indifferently without looking forward. Instantly, a huge heart appeared behind him, as if carrying the rhythm of heaven and earth. Pang, pang, pang. Bang, bang, bang. Sure enough, after the magnetic force got close to Zhang Ren, it started to jump. Zhang Ren laughed loudly and strode into the villa. A very good immortal physique, to actually be able to make my great law beat along with the heart of eternity. Zhang Ren, I'm afraid your future accomplishments will not be low. A familiar voice came from the villa. It was Gendosa's voice. At this moment, Zhang Ren felt even more proud. The black-white Dao Palace was also cheering. Senior brother Zhang was mighty. His voice was like a demonic tune that poured into everyone's ears. Moreover, for Zhang Ren to receive the praise of a Renhuang disciple was even rarer. There's one more person, Lin Ling. Everyone's attention was on Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the last person standing. Zhang Ren, Zhang Jianhe, and the others were watching calmly from the entrance of the villa. Lin Ling was only an earth-grade saint physique. He was not qualified to enter the circle of peerless geniuses like them. My guess is that he can only take 3 steps before the sword leaves his hand. 1 step. Zhang Ren and Zhang Jianhe expressed their opinions. He will definitely enter the villa. Only Lai Qing still believed in Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling's talent wasn't anything special, she knew that this man who had once stood above her was always so mysterious. Even though she had obtained a powerful legacy, she still respected Lin Ling deep in her heart. There was even blind worship. At this moment, the people of the black-white Dao Palace were also staring at Lin Ling. Lord Mountain Mist disdainfully said, "Today, the Renhuang disciple is in charge. I hope that Lin Ling won't lose face for the black-white Dao Palace. It would be strange if he didn't lose face." As his words fell, many people from the black-white Dao Palace coldly snorted. They had already felt that Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications to be recommended. It was only because of Lady Watermist's support that they had tacitly agreed. "Go, Lin Ling. You will succeed." Lady Watermist didn't pay attention to the surrounding voices. She nervously looked at Lin Ling. This examination was simpler than the previous years, but to Lin Ling, it was still very difficult. Thus, he couldn't help but be nervous. Success or failure would all depend on this. If Lin Ling failed, it would mean that Lady Watermist had deceived the Renhuang. At that time, she would no longer have the face to remain as palace master. Moreover, in Xianpeng province, her reputation would plummet. Don't worry. Compared to Lady Watermist's nervousness, Lin Ling was very calm. He pulled out the Tyrant Song sword and slowly walked forwards. At the same time, within the Origin Magnet Mountain Villa, many powerhouses were sitting there drinking tea. A youth in loose robes faintly smiled and said, "This Lin Ling's talent isn't much, but Lady Watermist recommended him." How interesting. This person was Gendosa. If he can enter Lady Watermist's eyes, then perhaps this Lin Ling is extraordinary in some way. However, recommending the Renhuang is an extremely important matter. No matter how extraordinary he is, it's useless. Talent will always come first. I think he will fail. A powerhouse shook his head. We'll know when we see. For some reason, Gendosa was curious about Lin Ling. He had a feeling that things would change. After all, with Lin Ling's talent, unless Lady Watermist was a fool, there must be some secret behind this. Buzz. Buzz. The moment Lin Ling stepped out, the Tyrant Song sword jumped up, causing Lin Ling's handsome face to frown slightly. He sensed a powerful great order surging towards him. If he had to explain it, it would be a force like a magnet. Right now, he had several ways to break it, such as distorting space or using the 100 Forbidden Flaming Dragon. However, in the end, he chose to use the Celestial Demon Overlord physique. Whoosh! He let go of his hand and let the Tyrant Song sword fly freely. At this moment, the Tyrant Song sword was suddenly attracted by a powerful magnetic force and flew towards the mountain villa like an arrow. That's too bad. He lost his weapon in just 1 step. Those who use the sword are the most arrogant. If he loses his sword, how can he talk about martial arts? The crowd was stunned for a moment, then a large number of laughter rang out. Although they felt that this scene was very normal and that Lin Ling would not succeed, Lin Ling's weapon was snatched in the first step. That was too bad. Lin Ling. Lady Watermist frowned and shouted. She was also very surprised. How could Lin Ling fail in the first step? Isn't this very normal? Lady Watermist said sinisterly. She felt that this scene would happen in the first place. However, everyone thought that Lin Ling's sword was attracted by the great order of magnetism. They did not know that he had let go of his sword himself. Pa! After letting go of the sword, Lin Ling took a step and shot towards the Tyrant Song's sword. Many people thought that Lin Ling was chasing after the sword. Immediately, they shook their heads in ridicule. Could this sword be chased back? However, in the next moment, they found that Lin Ling did not chase after the sword. Instead, he landed on the Tyrant Song's sword at an extremely fast speed. He stepped on the sword and moved forward in an extremely elegant manner. This guy, what is he trying to do? Everyone. The crowd was dumbfounded. Lin Ling stepped on the ancient sword and broke through the air. No one knew what he was trying to do. Chapter 1361. My sword, who can take my sword? If he doesn't take back his sword when he's near the gate, he'll definitely fail. Yes. Zhang Ren said coldly. Although Lin Ling was about to fail, it was undeniable that Lin Ling was much more carefree than them. This made him extremely unhappy. Alright, he's getting closer to the gate. It's time to end his complacency. Zhang Jinhe said indifferently. At this moment, Lin Ling was stepping on the ancient sword and getting closer to the gate. Meanwhile, Lady Watermist and the others were nervous. Lin Ling had to succeed. My sword, who can take it? Yes. On the sword, Lin Ling had his hands behind his back as he spoke softly with great confidence. Then, he leaped into the air and grabbed the Tyrant Song's sword with his right hand. However, the great law of magnetism still existed. Therefore, although the sword was in his hand, it still carried Lin Ling towards the villa. If he didn't slow down, Lin Ling would definitely fail. Swallow the mountains and rivers. Yes. At this moment, Lin Ling roared. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged over, forming a vortex that caused an incomparably huge power to erupt from his body. Descent of the Fiend God. At the same time, in the villa, Gendosa's eyes narrowed. He sensed the ancient sovereign aura being released, resisting his great law of magnetism. With such pressure, it could only be said that Lin Ling's talent was ordinary on the surface, but he was hiding another talent that wasn't weaker than the immortal physique. Of course, this was only his guess. The focus of his assessment this time was talent. Therefore, if the great law of magnetism encountered a supreme martial art, its power would be even stronger. Instead, he would have to use his talent to resist it. As long as his talent met the standard, he could easily enter the villa. This Lin Ling is rumored to have 2 demon gods, but the demon gods won't be valued by the 7 emperors. He can enter the villa without using the demon gods, so he does have some capital. Gendosa laughed. He was extremely interested in Lin Ling Bang. Under everyone's gazes, Lin Ling held the great sword in his hand and forcefully stopped the great law of magnetism. Then, he smashed down heavily from the sky. The sword was domineering and majestic as it ruthlessly stabbed into the ground. Rumble. Below the sword, cracks continued to appear, shocking everyone. It was as if the sword had stabbed into their hearts at this moment. Meanwhile, the great rules of magnetism were still pulling on the tyrannical Song sword, but it was obviously useless. This was because a hand was calmly holding onto the tyrannical Song sword's hilt, and it was as steady as Mount Tai. Who could take the sword? From afar, this scene was extremely visually impactful. The young man wore a long robe and his long hair danced in the wind. He held his sword in one hand and stood there like an ancient god of the heavens and earth. No storm could shake his sword or his person in the slightest. The young man was only 5 meters away from the gate of the villa. This also meant that the great law of magnetism had failed to seize the sword. Not bad. Your powerful physical body was able to resist my great law of magnetism. Lin Ling, come in. At the same time, Gendosa's voice came from the villa, stunning everyone on the spot. The Renhuang disciple had confirmed Lin Ling's recommendation. Good. Lord Watermist was also stunned for a moment. Then, he waved his fist excitedly. Lin Ling had passed. He didn't see that his palms were sweaty at this moment. Even though he had fought millions of battles, faced all kinds of storms, and seen the top powerhouses of the three mystic realms, he was still nervous today. This was because he knew that Lin Ling's confirmation would lead to a completely different world in the future. He's so powerful. It looked like a crisis, but he faced it calmly. Moreover, he didn't leave his sword at all. Instead, he wanted to use the great rules of magnetism to move forward. This guy didn't even want to take a step forward. He's really lazy. The crowd outside the villa exclaimed in shock. Among the 4 recommendations, Lin Ling's process was undoubtedly the most shocking. Many of them could still remember Lin Ling's calm posture when he stepped on the ancient sword and flew through the air. For recommendations. The process of fighting the sword river was like a carefree sword immortal. Lai Qing was like a fierce swordsman. And Zhang Ren seemed to dominate everything. As for Lin Ling's process, it could only be described in 2 words: overbearing and arrogant. In particular, when that sword fell from the heavens and stabbed into the earth, it was shocking. What a trick! Zhang Ren shouted. He felt even more uncomfortable in his heart. Although he and Lin Ling had both passed, everyone knew that Lin Ling's process was even more thrilling and even more dashing. At this moment, everyone seemed to remember Lin Ling from the Black-White Dao Palace and had forgotten about him. As for Zhang Jianhe, he coldly glared at Lin Ling's mortal body strength. That was nothing more than an unorthodox method. What he didn't know was that the reason Lin Ling was able to enter the villa was not because of his mortal body strength, but because of his divinity demon Overlord Emperor body. And only Gendosa knew this. Everyone, enter the villa. A voice sounded out from the villa once more, allowing everyone to enter. As for those from the Black-White Dao Palace, they still felt as if they were dreaming. Lin Ling had been confirmed just like that. This was far too simple. Of course, although it seemed simple, they knew that if they were in Lin Ling's shoes, they would have already failed. The recommendation spots are not child's play. We have to avoid some people who are just here to make up the numbers. Lord Watermist lightly said as he walked side by side with Lord Mountainmist. This was what Lord Mountainmist had said before. He had said that Lin Ling was just here to make up the numbers, and now Lord Watermist wanted to see how he would respond. Humph, recommending the human sovereign isn't that simple. He was just lucky enough to pass. Lord Mountainmist gloomily said. How could he not know the mockery in Lord Watermist's words? Haha. Lord Watermist didn't say much. He laughed and then stepped into the villa. This caused Lord Mountainmist to tremble with anger, but there was nothing he could say. Within the villa, the sound of birds and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. A massive number of powerhouses came to welcome them. The man in the lead was Gendosa. He looked to be around 30 years old and was as handsome as jade. He wore a loose robe that gave off an extremely elegant feeling. Greetings, seniors. Moreover, Gendosa was a good person. He wasn't arrogant even though he was a disciple of the human sovereign. When he saw Lord Watermist and the others, he still bowed. Brother Yuan, you're too kind. Lord Watermist and the others didn't dare to slight him. He was a disciple of the human sovereign and wasn't someone they could provoke. Since you're all calling me brother, I won't be polite. Everyone, follow me. Gendosa said with a smile. He glanced at the 4 recommendation spots and revealed a friendly smile. Moreover, he glanced at Lin Ling and his smile became even wider. That friendly smile made Lin Ling smile back. He knew that this young man's strength was terrifying. He was ranked 3rd on the lower profound list. This meant that among the 3 profound realms of the human world, this young man's strength was ranked at the top of the early Saint Rudiment realm. Zhang Ren and Zhang Jianhe also followed the crowd. They were even more upset. Previously, they saw Gendosa, a powerhouse, smile at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was only at the transcendent realm. What right did he have? In fact, they still couldn't believe that Lin Ling could enter the villa. They didn't understand the reason. In a garden, everyone sat down one after another. Some people placed pastries and fragrant tea. It was extremely lively. Because of the presence of the human sovereign's disciple, Gendosa, no one dared to be presumptuous. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. It seemed that the name of the human sovereign was awe-inspiring. Chapter 1362. Exchanging pointers. Since the list has been decided, why don't we exchange pointers? Sword Venerable Immortal suddenly suggested, causing the entire garden to fall silent. Many people were looking forward to it. As a martial artist, they naturally wanted to test their strength. Now that there was a disciple of the 7 emperors here, if they were lucky, they might be recommended to the human emperor. Alright, since it's like this, I'll also take out some rewards. The winner will receive a reward. Moreover, I'll also exchange pointers. As long as you can block 20 of my moves, I'll reward you with a martial ancestor fruit. Gendosa was also interested, causing the crowd's mood to rise. The martial ancestor fruit was said to be an ancient tree formed from the cultivation of the powerful Wuxia after his death. It only produced one fruit every 100 years, condensing the essence of heaven, earth, and martial Tao. This fruit was formed from the cultivation of Wuxia, which was enough to prove its value. Wuxia was an expert on the level of the 7 emperors. Lin Ling, the martial ancestor fruit, is a treasure even rarer than the black and white Tao fruit. Lord Shui Wu said to Lin Ling. She was somewhat excited, hoping that Lin Ling would be able to obtain the natural treasure. Of course, there was no need for her to mention it. Lin Ling already knew how precious the martial ancestor fruit was from Elder Z. The martial ancestor fruit was capable of tempering one's flesh, and would definitely be of great help to his celestial demon overlord body. After everyone agreed, they were divided into 3 groups. 1. Black and White Tao Palace. 2. Great Sword Pavilion. 3. Geniuses from other places. The rules were simple, exchanging pointers and exchanging pointers. Of course, although it seemed simple, it was related to the martial ancestor fruit and their reputation. No one would hold back. Then, I'll go first. I'm ranked 62nd on the yellow list. A young man quickly walked out, raising his fist and smiling. This person was obviously on the transcendental 7th layer list. His strength was not very strong compared to the others. Black and White Tao Palace, He Di. Soon, his opponent appeared. It was He Di. Heaven grade Saint Physique? Too weak. May I ask if your martial arts have reached the transcendental realm? If not, don't embarrass yourself. The young man smiled disdainfully. Although I haven't, it won't be easy for you to beat me. The two of them quickly intertwined with each other as they unleashed their martial arts. The garden was enveloped by a light barrier to prevent the martial arts from leaking out. The defensive power of this light barrier was extremely strong, even a 3rd-level saint's attack could be blocked. Very soon, He Di was defeated. He only managed to block 20 moves. The Black-White Tao Palace only has these geniuses? The victorious youth couldn't help but say in a smug manner. It was clear that being able to defeat a disciple of the Black-White Tao Palace was a great honor for him. Too arrogant. As for the people of the Black-White Tao Palace, they all cursed in their hearts. They were extremely unhappy, but there was nothing they could do. This person was no ordinary genius, but one of the top figures of the 3 profound of the human world. His strength was naturally not weak. Both of you have the same innate saint physique. However, in terms of innate saint physique, He Di is slightly weaker. Therefore, he has lost. Gendosa evaluated from time to time. Soon, that person left. The big sword pavilion also sent out a female genius. This woman directly challenged Li Lingxian. Obviously, they knew each other. This battle was extremely intense. The power of heaven and earth exploded continuously. In the end, Li Lingxian was defeated. Li Lingxian, if you had strengthened your movement technique by just a little bit, you would have won. Gendosa advised. When Li Lingxian faced a swordsman, she should have chosen to fight a battle of attrition rather than a head-on clash. After all, a swordsman's attack power was the strongest. In a head-on clash, she would naturally lose. Thank you, Senior Yuan, for your guidance. Li Lingxian was somewhat dispirited. Their black-white Dao palace had lost once more. Next, the people who went up were even stronger. Each of them was at the peak of the 7th stage. Then, there were people who continued to challenge the black-white Dao palace. By now, everyone could see that the black-white Dao palace had already lost 2 matches in a row. If they lost again, they would lose all face. After all, the black-white Dao palace was one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. How could their reputation be so undeserved? I'll go. A person walked out from the black-white Dao palace. It was the He brothers, He Tian. I heard that the He brothers of the black-white Dao palace are very formidable. Before, He Di wasn't much, and now the older brother, He Tian, is also trash. The youth who had appeared in the garden lightly said. What? You're saying that our black-white Dao palace is trash? Many people from the black-white Dao palace angrily shouted. Gendosa also said, this time, we'll focus on exchanging pointers. Pay attention to your words and actions. My apologies. I spoke too quickly. Then, let's prove everything with our strength. I am Lu Sanshan, ranked 12th on the yellow list. Today, I'll ask for guidance from the geniuses of the black-white Dao palace. That person was clearly dissatisfied with the black-white Dao palace. As you wish. He Tian sneered. The two quickly intertwined, and majestic martial arts were released. In the garden, their figures intertwined. Good luck, He Tian. Many people from the black-white Dao palace cheered. Although Li Lingxian didn't like He Tian, he was still representing the black-white Dao palace, so she also cheered. At most, it'll be a draw. Lin Ling also stared at the center of the garden and laughed. What nonsense are you talking about? How can my brother lose? Lin Ling, you're the one who recommended him. How can you speak for others? He Di couldn't help but say. Lin Ling looked at him with disdain. You lost before and didn't help the black-white Dao palace gain any face. Now, you don't have the right to speak. Hearing this, He Di clenched his teeth and didn't say anything. Indeed, he was the loser, so he didn't have the right to speak. Lin Ling, is it a draw? Li Lingxian frowned and said. Yes, He Tian's momentum of heaven and earth is a combination of yin and yang. His extreme martial arts are close to the transcendent realm. In terms of martial arts, He Tian is stronger, but his opponent is at the peak of the transcendent realm, half a step into the saint realm. Therefore, he made up for the flaw in his martial arts. Of course, if He Tian's cultivation increased by a bit, he could win. Lin Ling had fought so many times in the Purple Mansion realm, so his vision naturally exceeded others. Nonsense, I said that He Tian will definitely win. His extreme martial arts aren't weak. At this time, Zhang Ren shouted. The more he looked at Lin Ling, the more unhappy he was. Lin Ling just smiled and didn't say anything. Okay, it's a draw. However, after an incense stick's worth of time, Gendosa's voice sounded. He Tian's extreme martial arts are more powerful and can be used to attack and defend. Lu Sanshan's cultivation is higher, so if this continues, it won't end even after 3 days and 3 nights. Let's call it a draw. Lin Ling, Lord Yuan said the same thing as you. Hearing this, Li Lingxian gasped. Gendosa was a mortal emperor's disciple, so he had a lot of experience. Therefore, he could estimate the strength of both sides, but Lin Ling could also see it. This was shocking. It's just a coincidence. Zhang Ren's face turned even uglier. He couldn't see the strength of both sides, but Lin Ling's words made it seem like his recommendation was weaker than Lin Ling's. It's a draw, then I'll fight again. Who dares to fight me? Chapter 1363. Challenging Lin Ling, I'll play with you. At this time, a disciple from the Great Sword Pavilion walked out. It's Xiao Sun, the person who lost to my brother in the past. Huh, our black-white Dao Palace is finally going to win. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw the person who walked out. Is that so? Unfortunately, your brother is going to lose. However, Lin Ling once again poured cold water on the black-white Dao Palace's disciples. Was Lin Ling one of their own? Why was he always speaking up for his opponent? If your brother encountered an ordinary transcendent 7th stage expert, he could do it. If he encountered a transcendent 6th stage expert, he would still be able to do it. However, if his opponent was a heaven-grade Saint Physique expert and their strength was similar, he wouldn't be able to do it before his spiritual yuan recovered. Lin Ling said indifferently. Nonsense. If my brother wins, I want you to kneel down and admit your wrongs. He was furious. Sure, but if your brother loses, you can slap yourself 3 times. Lin Ling replied indifferently, as if the black-white Dao Palace had nothing to do with him. The result was just as Lin Ling said. In order to win, He Tian fought again and again. However, his opponent was a heaven-grade Saint Physique expert, not someone like Venerable Si coming from Xianping province. Thus, it was impossible for him to win consecutively. Thus, after an incense stick's worth of time, He Tian was defeated. Lost? The black-white Dao Palace didn't win a single match. The crowd roared with laughter. Even the Great Sword Pavilion not far away shook their heads and sneered. This made the black-white Dao Palace disciples feel extremely embarrassed. He Tian walked back, his face ashen. He didn't have the face to face the black-white Dao Palace disciples. If you want to win with just a burst of qi, then there are countless experts in the world. Martial artists must know themselves and their enemies. First, they must know themselves. Only then can they know their enemies. Lin Ling said indifferently. He Tian raised his head to look at Lin Ling, his eyes filled with anger. However, since he had lost, he naturally didn't have the qualifications to speak. You're a man of your word. On the other hand, Lin Ling glanced at He. He had no enmity with He, but He plotted against him on the flying boat. This enmity could be considered as payback now. He wanted to let He know that he, Lin Ling, was not someone who could be bullied at will. He was stunned for a moment. He clenched his teeth and slapped himself 3 times. His anger towards Lin Ling grew even stronger. The other disciples of the black-white Dao Palace were the same. Although Lin Ling had been given a recommendation, he didn't speak on behalf of the black-white Dao Palace at all. This made them extremely unhappy. However, Lin Ling didn't care about what they thought of him. After all, whether he won or lost, this was a fact. Could it be that just because he had been recommended by the black-white Dao Palace, he had to speak up for them? Could it be that if he spoke, the black-white Dao Palace would win? This was obviously impossible. The black-white Dao Palace no longer has anyone. The only one left is Zhang Ren. No, there's still one more referral spot, Lin Ling. Lin Ling, number 1 on the yellow rankings. But that's for Transcendental 6th stage cultivators. What can he represent? The crowd began to discuss, but Lady Shui Wu and the others continued to smile and drink their tea. With their seniority, it wasn't appropriate for them to speak up at this moment, so they could only secretly cheer in their hearts. However, of the 3 camps, the black-white Dao Palace, Great Sword Pavilion, and the various geniuses were the ones who had lost the most face. The black-white Dao Palace's geniuses have all been defeated. Who will be next, Zhang Ren or Lin Ling? Great Sword Pavilion's Xiao Sun hadn't left yet, instead playing with his nails as he spoke. In truth, he wanted to challenge Lin Ling more because Zhang Ren's cultivation had reached the Saint Realm. It would be difficult for him to win, but Lin Ling was only at the Transcendence 6th stage. Adding on the fact that he had been recommended, if he could defeat him, that would be fun. The surrounding people were looking forward to this even more. In fact, even now, many people still felt that Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications to be recommended. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head. To be honest, he wasn't interested in the other party's challenge because none of them could enter his eyes. However, when he glanced over at Lady Shui Wu in the distance and saw her burning gaze, he finally stood up. No matter what, this recommendation was given to him by Lady Shui Wu, so he had to return this favor. You just finished challenging He Tian and your spirit chi hasn't recovered yet, so you should rest first. Staring at Xiao Sun, Lin Ling said indifferently. What? As soon as Lin Ling's words fell, the crowd went into an uproar. You're only at the Transcendence 6th stage. Even if Xiao Sun's spirit chi has been exhausted, he's still stronger than you. You're first on the yellow list, but you're facing a genius from another list. I think he doesn't dare to go up so he doesn't lose his recommendation. He's just looking for an excuse, a coward. Voices rang out one after another. Many people were extremely displeased, thinking that Lin Ling was being too arrogant. Come up, since Senior Yuan has already confirmed your recommendation, it's no big deal even if you lose. Xiao Sun waved the sword in his hand. The more Lin Ling refused, the more he wanted Lin Ling to go up. His words made the Greatsword Pavilion's disciples cheer. Since that's the case, I'll go up. I'll only use one hand and I'll only attack and not defend, otherwise it'll be an unfair victory. Under the crowd's cheers, Lin Ling finally walked out. He felt that with his strength, he had won too easily against a Transcendence 7th stage expert. It was a little unfair, so he let his opponent win. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't want to win with an unfair advantage, so he let his opponent win. However, in the eyes of others, this was arrogance. You can't see yourself clearly. The crowd's hearts exploded again as they spoke in disdain. Letting his opponent win with one hand and not defending, an Earth-grade talent was qualified to say this? Moreover, that person was only at the Transcendence 6th stage. Humph, you're asking to be humiliated. Humph. Inside Greatsword Pavilion, Zhang Jinhe shook his head disdainfully. Although Xiao Sun wasn't as strong as him, there were few Transcendents who could match him. Did Lin Ling have the qualifications to act so arrogantly? Lu Sanshan will lose. Lai Qing coldly replied. I don't see how he can win. Zhang Jinhe's heart was boiling with anger. Lai Qing had never spoken to him before, but this time she had actually spoken up for Lin Ling. This made him feel like his heart was being suppressed. From all angles, Lin Ling couldn't compare to him at all. At this moment, in the center of the garden, Lin Ling had arrived, one hand behind his back, his expression calm. You're crazy. Humph. Xiao Sun looked Lin Ling up and down, not knowing what to say, so he could only say this. So, shall we begin? Humph. Lin Ling obviously didn't want to say anything. Good, extreme pattern grand momentum, sword of three mountains. Yes. Xiao Sun wanted to defeat Lin Ling immediately and let Lin Ling know how insignificant he was, so he didn't hold back at all. As soon as the sword of three mountains appeared, the grand momentum of heaven and earth erupted, and endless green mountains rushed towards Lin Ling, filling the air with an ancient and vicissitude aura. This sword strike hadn't reached the transcendent realm of extreme pattern martial arts, but it was half a step in. World of flames. Yes. Lin Ling stretched out one hand and casually waved it, causing destructive flames to erupt. Flame birds and flame beasts rushed out from his palm, causing the entire garden to quiet down. Extreme pattern martial arts at the transcendent realm, and he has 7 spiritual sources. Gendosa's eyes revealed a smile. He knew who had won. Chapter 1364. Giant Spirit God Transformation. You lost. Stop. Lin Ling did not intend to humiliate his opponent, so he withdrew his flame. Everyone looked at Lu Sanshan again. At this moment, his clothes were burnt and tattered, making him look like a beggar. One move, using only one hand, only attacking and not defending. Lin Ling did what he said. Many people narrowed their eyes. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so strong. The disciples of the Black-White Dao Palace were also silent. They did not feel good in their hearts. Their Black-White Dao Palace's first victory came from Lin Ling, very powerful. Not only are you a variant martial artist, you also have a transcendent level martial art. Then, let me fight you. Stop. At this moment, another person walked out of the garden. This person was tall and sturdy, like a door god. His skin had a dark golden glow, giving people a strong visual impact. I'm afraid you are not my opponent. Stop. Lin Ling stared at his opponent and said lightly. His words stunned everyone. A new opponent had appeared, and he was obviously stronger than Xiao Sun. However, before the battle, Lin Ling was already so arrogant. Ignorant. My name is Yi Fan, and I am third on the yellow list. Moreover, I also have a transcendent level martial art. That person laughed disdainfully, causing many people's pupils to constrict. Third on the yellow list, and Lin Ling was first, but they were not on the same list. Most importantly, Lin Ling's powerful means came from a transcendent level martial art. However, Lin Ling also had a transcendent level martial art, so what qualifications did Lin Ling have to be arrogant? No wonder that person said Lin Ling was ignorant. Looking at it now, Lin Ling was indeed ignorant. Worthy of being third on the yellow list, you are indeed powerful. Stop. Lin Ling helplessly nodded. There were many people in Yuan Ci Mountain Villa that he was afraid of, but Yi Fan was not one of them. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Yi Fan smiled and said proudly, now you know how powerful I am? Yes. Yes, I do. Therefore, I'll still use only one hand, one move, and only attack. Lin Ling said again. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling already knew how powerful he was, but he still gave in. This arrogance knows no bounds. Even the Celestial Slayer Swordmaster felt that this Lin Ling was a little arrogant. Although Lin Ling was one of the recommended candidates and his strength was indeed not bad, his opponent's strength was not much weaker than his. Yet, Lin Ling did not treat his opponent seriously. Instead, he continued to block his opponent with one hand. If this was not arrogance, then what was? This Lin Ling is really arrogant. He has an extreme martial art, but so does his opponent. He should be a little more humble. If he is too arrogant, he will only bring disgrace upon himself, said the immortal slaying sword venerable. Hee, some things will be known after the battle. Lady Xuewu was confident in Lin Ling. Lin Ling should be able to fight against a transcendent 7th layer expert. After all, Lin Ling had defeated Hong Tianting before. Although Hong Tianting was a transcendent 6th layer expert, Hong Tianting's talent was much more terrifying than these people. Gigantic divine change. At this moment, in the center of the garden, Yi Fan shouted. His whole body was covered in dazzling golden light. An ancient heavenly silkworm appeared behind him. Strands of golden silk shrouded the surroundings, forming a preliminary law. Half a step into the heavenly martial art. Many people gasped. No wonder he was ranked third on the yellow board. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He was constantly evaluating his opponent's strength. Soon after, he shook his head. He was not arrogant, but he felt that his opponent was not as good as him. Moreover, he could defeat him in one move. Thinking about this, he was also surprised. Unknowingly, in the 2 yellow boards of the martial pavilion, there were not many opponents for him. Without any intention to delay, Lin Ling took a step forward. With his right hand behind his back, an incomparably tyrannical power erupted, causing him to shoot towards his opponent like a cannonball. He did not use the extreme mark martial art. Staring at Lin Ling's action, the crowd was surprised. They thought that Lin Ling would also use his extreme mark martial art. Who would have thought that Lin Ling was planning to engage in close combat? I said that you are ignorant. Don't you understand? Sensing Lin Ling's attack, Yi Fan laughed in disdain. Within a 10-meter radius around him, the golden light became even more dazzling. It was like a silk thread that sealed off everything. This was his extreme mark martial art, Heavenly Silkworm Golden Bind. It was like a cocoon that protected him. It could be used to attack and defend. Moreover, one should never underestimate the Golden Bind. It could cut a person's head with ease. Cha-cha. As expected, when Lin Ling approached Yi Fan, a mysterious power enveloped Lin Ling's body. Many people could see that Lin Ling was like a bug trapped in a spider's web. His momentum was deeply suppressed. If one were to look carefully, they would realize that strands of golden silk threads had already bound Lin Ling. In other words, Lin Ling had lost. Too reckless. Many people shook their heads. Lin Ling, why didn't he use his fire martial art? Why did he choose to engage in close combat? He was simply courting death. Moreover, he was defeated so quickly. Lin Ling still had the nerve to say that his opponent was not his opponent. This is the recommendation. Yi Fan placed his hands behind his back and said indifferently. His tone was extremely arrogant, as if he had defeated the recommendation. Moreover, he continued, the yellow board is divided into 2 boards, Transcendent Stage 6 and Transcendent Stage 7. You are only ranked first in the Transcendent Stage 6. You must remember that there is always someone better than you. He actually gave Lin Ling pointers as a senior. With this pointers, the Black-White Dao Palace instantly felt embarrassed. They had a recommendation, but they actually needed an outsider to give them pointers? Thank you. I also want to remind you that there is always someone better than you. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's body was bound by golden threads. He raised his head and smiled. You can still speak. Yi Fan was a little surprised. I said that I'm afraid you won't be able to defeat me. Lin Ling did not answer his question. The power in his body became even more majestic. The aura of the ancient sovereign god erupted. The crowd could see that a huge sovereign god had appeared behind Lin Ling, looking down at the world and laughing proudly at the heavens. Rumble. With a step, all the golden threads were broken. Lin Ling took a step forward and appeared in front of Yi Fan. A majestic punch was thrown out. Just one move, just one punch. Only attack and no defense. Everyone heard this sentence, and even Yi Fan heard it. His eyes narrowed. One had to know that his heavenly silkworm golden chains had a preliminary grasp of the great principles. It was extremely easy to bind a transcendent, but Lin Ling was able to break free. Heavenly silkworm golden armor. With a roar, Yi Fan's body became even more dazzling. A suit of armor appeared, turning him into a cocoon that resisted Lin Ling's punch. However, no matter how hard the armor was, it could not stop Lin Ling's 6 universes force. Unstoppable. Boom. Like a meteor shower, the punch landed on Yi Fan, causing the earth to shake. The world energy turned into smoke and dust that rolled out. Time seemed to stop. Many people saw that Lin Ling was still in his punching posture, and in front of him was a golden cocoon. Lin Ling's fist seemed to have hit an ancient mountain. Ka ka ka. At this moment, cracks appeared on the golden cocoon and spread out layer by layer. It shattered with the wind, revealing Yi Fan's figure. His face was pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His figure was sent flying and crashed to the ground, coughing up golden blood again. Impressive, such terrifying strength. Raising his head, Yi Fan was shocked and then fainted completely. Chapter 1365. Referral quota to fight, your physical strength, offense, and defense have all reached the peak of the transcendent realm. You're almost invincible. Looks like the other first place on the yellow list will be yours. Lin Ling, you've won again. Praise. At the same time, Yuan Daosher's voice was filled with praise. His eyes were serious. He had seen the image of the ancient god Empyrean again, and it reminded him of the power Lin Ling had displayed when they entered the villa. Could this be Lin Ling's hidden talent? He wondered what level of immortal physique this talent was. The garden continued to be silent. Lin Ling had won once again. Now, the recommendation spot seemed to be well-deserved. Physical strength? I wonder how it compares to my sword origin. Lin Ling, you and I are both recommended. How about this battle? I'll give you a handicap of 1 hand and 1 move. Only attack and no defense. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. It was Zhang Jianhe. Obviously, he didn't want to see Lin Ling's arrogance. Although Lin Ling had only defeated a Transcendent 7th stage expert and he could easily do so, Lin Ling was a Transcendent 6th stage expert. In other words, Zhang Jianhe was only a first-layer saint. He might not be able to defeat a second-layer saint. Zhang Jianhe, Lin Ling has won 2 consecutive battles. Moreover, you're a first-layer saint. Don't you feel embarrassed? Yes. At this moment, Yuan Daosher's voice drifted over, causing Zhang Jianhe to be startled. He sat back down unhappily, and many people also laughed. Zhang Jianhe wanted to humiliate Lin Ling, but it seemed that his excuse wasn't very good. Lin Ling also walked back. In the black and white Dao Palace, everyone looked at Lin Ling in silence. No matter what, Lin Ling represented the black and white Dao Palace and won 2 consecutive battles. He had greatly raised the prestige of the black and white Dao Palace. You're only a Transcendent 7th stage opponent. There's nothing to be proud of. However, you've already shone brightly. Next, it's my turn to shine. As for my martial dais, you don't have the qualifications to shine. Zhang Ren snorted coldly and said unhappily. That's right, next is the Saint Realm's martial platform. Lin Ling, you watch from the sidelines. The He brothers also said unwillingly. What they meant was that Lin Ling could only act arrogantly in front of the Transcendent Realm. Now that it was the Saint Realm battlefield, Lin Ling could only stand aside. Stop nagging. Lin Ling said without even looking at them. His gaze was fixed on the garden. At the center of the garden, a new battle had begun. Indeed, the next battle was the martial stage of a first-layer saint. Some of these people had heaven-class saint physiques, while others had yellow-class first-grade immortal physiques. Once the immortal physique appeared, it suppressed everything. The exchange of pointers also became more and more intense. The He brothers occasionally glanced at Lin Ling with a proud grin, as if they were trying to say, Lin Ling, what you did before was just child's play. This is the real battle between the peerless geniuses. Unfortunately, Lin Ling ignored them and continued to stare at the center of the garden. His eye of time continued to bloom, observing the various martial arts. In the great sword pavilion, Zhang Jianhe couldn't hold back anymore. He strode to the center of the garden and said indifferently, Trash, trash, enough is enough. Next, I, Zhang Jianhe, will fight. Any opponent is welcome. Hong Long Long. A majestic sword chi bloomed and floated around him. Along with his gaze, he looked down on all the geniuses. Everyone fell silent. Zhang Jianhe, one of the 4 recommendations, had finally entered the stage. Let me test your strength. Someone walked out. This person was an expert on the Xian ranking, a first-layer saint with an immortal physique. You? Too weak, next. Zhang Jianhe laughed disdainfully. This was his martial platform, in front of Lord Yuan. He had to perform well. Don't be too arrogant. If it was Lai Qing, would be a little wary, but your sword is not as sharp as Lai Qing's. The newcomer was also very confident. Then let's try. The two quickly clashed. The real Great Law appeared. One side was the Great Law of Sword Chi, the other side was the Great Law of Winter Rain. The intense collision caused the protective light barrier to sway, making many people gasp. After a while, Zhang Jianhe won easily. So powerful. Li Lingxian looked at the scene in shock. As expected of a recommendation, his strength was something she could only look up to in her lifetime. His sword chi is very domineering, and it can detect any attack from the opponent. With sword chi, it is as if he can control 10,000 swords. In addition, his immortal physique is like a river that can continuously provide spiritual energy. Therefore, from a certain point of view, he can't lose. Lin Ling said indifferently. Zhang Jianhe's immortal physique and heavenly rune martial arts were very sharp. However, Lin Ling sensed that Zhang Jianhe's heavenly rune martial arts had not reached the small success stage. Next. Even so, Zhang Jianhe still smiled proudly and won consecutively. Finally, he looked at Gendosa and asked, Master Yuan, am I qualified to challenge you? Not bad. However, you have been fighting continuously, and your Dantian Saint Si has been exhausted. Take a rest. Gendosa nodded with a smile. Zhang Jianhe smiled excitedly. He was the first person to challenge Gendosa, and if he won, he would be able to obtain the martial ancestor fruit. Then, Zhang Jianhe left proudly like a victorious swordsman. Zhang Ren followed closely behind. He had been suppressing himself for a long time, and now, he finally had a chance to show off. He couldn't let Zhang Jianhe take all the glory. He also wanted the martial ancestor fruit. Same for me. Anyone can come up. Of course, transcendents don't need to come. I'm not as useless as a certain someone. As a recommendation, I will naturally challenge Saint Realm Masters. Zhang Ren shouted like an emperor. His heart of eternity throbbed with every word, causing many people's hearts to beat with it. That's too much. He's talking about you. You won glory for the Black-White Dao Palace. Li Lingxian said with dissatisfaction. She knew that Lin Ling was only willing to go up because of Lady Shui Wu. Lin Ling smiled and said indifferently, he can only be qualified to say that if he can win until the end. It's too early to say that now. Li Lingxian's eyes narrowed. Looking at Lin Ling's appearance, he seemed to be very confident. However, the next battle on the martial platform seemed to have nothing to do with Lin Ling. After all, only Saint Realm Masters would fight on the martial platform. I'll test your strength and see if you're qualified to be a recommendation. I've been waiting for you. At this time, a Saint Realm genius stepped onto the stage. He was also very powerful. Although he did not enter the lower profound ranking, he was still a master who had won consecutive victories. Heart of Eternity. Zhang Ren attacked with his strongest attack. The Heart of Immortals appeared and hung in the sky like a blazing sun, causing thousands of creatures to jump along with his Heart of Eternity. Peng peng peng. Chapter 1366. Challenging Gendosa, the Heart of Eternity has affected his entire state. As expected of the mysterious immortal physique. Lin Ling could see that Zhang Ren's mysterious method was to weaken his opponent's strength by more than half. This meant that with the appearance of the Heart of Eternity, even if his opponent was a saint, he could only display the strength of a transcendent. Zhang Ren, on the other hand, was unaffected and easily won. To get out of this situation, one had to have a stronger immortal physique. 2. A higher cultivation than Zhang Ren. 3. A higher realm of heavenly rune martial arts. Soon after, the next opponent appeared. It was a genius from the Great Sword Pavilion. He used the wind cloud sword steps from the start and ran around the garden, leaving behind a large number of afterimages. His speed was faster than crossing the void. Zhang Ren, your great law is very powerful, but it seems that you need to envelop your opponent to display it. As long as I don't enter your great law, I'll be fine. His opponent seemed to have seen through Zhang Ren's weakness. Is that so? Zhang Ren smiled indifferently. The heart of eternity behind him suddenly jumped violently, forming a mysterious great law. His body flickered, and with every beat, he teleported out. The great sword pavilion's genius's face changed drastically. He couldn't see through Zhang Ren's great law at all. It was too mysterious. You lost. In the next moment, a palm was placed on the genius's shoulder, and the tyrannical great law suppressed him. The genius couldn't help but kneel down, his face covered in cold sweat. Zhang Ren was standing behind him with his hand still on his shoulder, forcing him to kneel down and admit defeat. He was as domineering as a great emperor. He's invincible. Who in the first layer of the Saint Realm can be his opponent? The crowd was shocked again. Zhang Ren's great law was too mysterious. His immortal physique was definitely of the third-grade yellow rank. Only then could he have the advantage in a clash of great law. After that, no one dared to challenge Zhang Ren. The strength of the referral was obvious to all. Your immortal physique has its advantages and disadvantages. It's very extreme, but as long as it can't be broken, you're invincible. Zhang Ren, you should rest for a while and fight again later. Gendosa nodded in appreciation. Now, 2 referrals were qualified to challenge him. It's time for the next recommendation. At this moment, the crowd was looking at Lai Qing with even more anticipation. Previously, the 2 people who had been recommended had already shone brightly. Then, Lai Qing should be even stronger. Lai Qing didn't say much. She held her sword and walked out step by step. She looked like a young girl, but because of her coldness and killing intent, she had a different kind of charm that attracted the longing gazes of many young men. Junior sister Lai Qing, let me spar with you. Someone walked out with a smile, looking refined and refined. His strength was not weak, barely ranked 99th on the Xian ranking. He had a second-grade yellow rank immortal body and a heavenly pattern martial art. Tower of Rage. Lai Qing did not say anything. She pulled out her sword and slashed. Evil Qi formed a terrifying sword slash and instantly beheaded that person. Boom! The crowd was in an uproar. A powerful genius on the Xian ranking was killed by a single sword strike. This. Gendosa shook his head. His Yuan Ci mountain villa did not allow killing, but Lai Qing killed her opponent with a single sword strike. Her killing intent was too strong. On the path of martial arts, sometimes it's difficult to control one's strength. Not to mention, Lai Qing cultivates evil qi. She won't hold back. Her sword will take a life. Zhu Xian's sword venerable explained. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. They did not dare to spar with Lai Qing because that would be risking their lives. Seeing that no one wanted to challenge her, Lai Qing pointed her sword at Gendosa. Gendosa smiled faintly and said, "You should rest for a while." Rest. Now, it was obvious that the competition had reached the climax. The 3 people who had been recommended were challenging the disciples of the human emperor. This also meant that in today's gathering of the geniuses in Qian Hall, only the 3 people who had been recommended were qualified to challenge them. At this moment, the crowd seemed to have forgotten that Lin Ling had been recommended. Perhaps they subconsciously thought that Lin Ling was not even a Saint Realm expert, so there was no need for him to challenge them. I'll go first. Go. Zhang Ren took the lead. The entire garden was in an uproar at this moment. Countless cheers sounded like the waves of the sea. Everyone looked at Gendosa, waiting for this human emperor's disciple to show his strength. Many people wanted to see how powerful the human emperor's disciple was. Good. Good. Gendosa stood up and a tyrannical aura rippled out. It was as if he was the law just by standing there. His eyes also became indifferent. Although he was an easygoing person, he would naturally treat the battle seriously, giving people a strong sense of pressure. I'm 3rd on the lower Xian ranking, a 3rd heaven saint. I have a 4th grade yellow class immortal body, the magnetite celestial body. This kind of immortal body has an overwhelming advantage against immortal bodies that are weaker than mine. Next, you have to block 20 of my moves. Good. Gendosa walked out step by step. His long hair fluttered in the wind as an ancient black mountain appeared behind him. It was majestic. 20 moves. Easy. Yes. Zhang Ren's fighting spirit was high. He knew that he couldn't win against his opponent. After all, other than his identity as a human emperor's disciple, he was also third on the lower Xian ranking. These weren't things he could challenge. However, he was confident that he could block 20 moves. Moreover, I will suppress my strength to be exactly the same as you. Yes. Gendosa said again, causing many people's eyes to narrow. With this, Zhang Ren's chances were even greater. Senior brother Zhang, you can do it. The disciples of the Black-White Dao Palace cheered excitedly, as if Zhang Ren had already won. Do you see? This is the recommendation quota. Yes. The He brothers had always worshipped Zhang Ren. At this moment, they were happier than anyone else. Their words were obviously directed at Lin Ling. What they meant was that this was the stage for the recommendation quota. Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications to step on it. Two dogs, barking non-stop. Is Zhang Ren your father? So excited. Humph, Lin Ling acted as if he hadn't heard them. He then looked at the two in the garden and said indifferently, I'm afraid Zhang Ren's immortal body is useless against Gendosa. Nonsense. Didn't you see it before? Senior brother Zhang Ren's immortal body dominated everything. The He brothers angrily shouted. This Lin Ling was always helping outsiders. This was too excessive. You two are so noisy. What do our words have to do with you? Humph, Li Ling Xian couldn't help but reprimand the two. She then looked at Lin Ling and asked, why? Why? Of course, a higher-level immortal body is only one of the advantages. If Zhang Ren's heavenly mark martial arts were a bit more powerful, he would still have a chance to display the strength of his immortal body. Unfortunately, his heavenly mark martial arts haven't even reached the small success stage. Lin Ling said indifferently. From Zhang Ren's previous battle, he had seen some things. What the hell do you know about heavenly mark martial arts? You're only at the transcendent realm. You won't be able to touch that realm in your lifetime. The He brothers angrily shouted again. I don't know. Chapter 1367. The Mighty Yuan Darren Rumble. At this moment, the battle in the garden had begun. Zhang Ren's Heart of Eternity appeared, followed by his movement technique. He wanted to affect Gendosa. However, Gendosa merely grinned and stood there like a mountain, completely unaffected. 100 generations of eternity. Zhang Ren was the first to attack. He threw out a punch, and his fist beat along with his heart. Invisible ripples bloomed, and it could make any martial artist's heart stop beating. It was extremely terrifying. However, Gendosa remained motionless. With a slight shift of his body, he dodged the earth-shattering punch. How is that possible? Zhang Ren's expression changed drastically. His Heart of Eternity didn't affect Gendosa. It didn't slow down the opponent's speed. 1,000 generations of eternity. Zhang Ren made his move once again. The moment he made his move, it was earth-shattering and earth-shattering, crushing everything in its path. The entire garden was filled with the sound of intense heartbeats. Rumble. The center of the garden exploded, and the protective light flickered, indicating how terrifying this punch was. But after the shockwave passed, Gendosa was still standing there, as if he hadn't moved at all from the start. This time, Zhang Ren was somewhat anxious. The Heart of Eternity really can't affect Master Yuan. The He brothers opened their mouths, but they couldn't say anything. It was as if Lin Ling had silently slapped them in the face. Li Lingxian sucked in a breath of cold air. How could Lin Ling see through a battle of this level? The Great Law of Magnetism. Lord Yuan possesses both yin and yang magnetism. As long as one gets close to him, the power of the attack will be absorbed by the magnetism. Even his body can shift between the yin and yang magnetism, so he easily dodged Zhang Ren's attack. Lin Ling said with a grave expression. Magnetism was like two magnets, one on the left and the other on the right. When an opponent's attack came, Lord Yuan only needed to use his mind to easily dodge it. This was a movement technique that was similar to the space. It was similar to Lin Ling's distorted space. Even though the Heart of Eternity can't affect Lord Yuan, senior brother Zhang Ren won't be easily defeated. He can withstand 20 moves. When the He brothers saw Lin Ling's carefree appearance, they couldn't help but shout out in anger. Is that so? How about we make a bet? I bet that your senior martial brother Zhang Ren will be defeated in 15 moves. Do you dare? Lin Ling turned to look at them and said indifferently. The He brothers nodded without the slightest hesitation. Why wouldn't I dare? Tell me, what do you want to bet? Lin Ling laughed. You are Lord Shan Wu's disciples. If I win, from now on, you will be Lord Shui Wu's disciples. Wow, this move is really ruthless. If Lin Ling wins, then Lord Shan Wu will lose face. After all, the He brothers are currently the second strongest genius disciples under Lord Shan Wu. Many people from the Black-White Dao Palace cried out in alarm. Lin Ling was forcing the He brothers to betray the enemy. If Lord Shan Wu knew about this, he would definitely be furious. The He brothers opened their mouths and didn't dare to bet anymore. If you don't dare to bet, then shut your mouths. If I find out that you two dogs are talking nonsense again, I'll slap each of you. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold and he shouted angrily. Previously, he had been watching the battle, so he didn't have time to pay attention to these two dogs. However, this didn't mean that he didn't care. These two guys were so talkative that even Lin Ling's patience was exhausted. Okay, we'll bet. The He brothers looked at each other and finally clenched their teeth and nodded. This made Lin Ling's cold smile even more intense. With so many people watching, I think you won't dare to go back on your words. Senior Marshal Sisterly, from now on, you have two more ignorant junior brothers. Haha. Li Ling Xian immediately laughed. The He brothers' faces turned ashen, but they clenched their teeth and endured. Once senior martial brother Zhang Ren withstood 15 moves, they would see what Lin Ling could say. At this moment, in the garden, the battle was still ongoing. Gendosa didn't use his true power at first, occasionally dodging Zhang Ren's attacks and occasionally attacking. After the 10th move, he opened his mouth and said, "My guidance to you ends here. Now, it's time to end it." Guidance. Indeed, he had been giving guidance to Zhang Ren, giving him a chance to attack him. Now, the guidance was over. Magnetic Heavenly Palm. Gendosa struck out with his palm. It seemed to be a simple palm, but it suppressed a power that could destroy heaven and earth. It was a true heavenly pattern martial art at the small success stage. Lord Yuan, I admit that I can't win against you, but it's still too early for you to think that it's over. Zhang Ren's figure became faintly discernible, as though the Heart of Eternity was agitated. With every leap, he would appear on the other side. Lin Ling shook his head when he saw this scene. Zhang Ren did not know how frightening Lord Yuan's great law of magnetism was. At this moment, Zhang Ren had already dodged far away, but with a speed that exceeded everyone's imagination, he threw himself at Gendosa's palm. Then, with a bang, he was sent flying, vomiting blood. He was defeated. The crowd's eyes widened. They didn't understand why Zhang Ren would throw his life away. Only Zhang Ren knew that there was a powerful magnetic force that attracted him. It was as if he was iron, unable to escape the attraction of the magnet. Therefore, he threw himself at it and was defeated in the end. That force was the magnetic force law. He lost in the 11th move. I thought that the powerful senior martial brother Zhang could last until the 15th move. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then he shook his head and laughed. The He brothers beside him turned pale. From today onwards, they were going to become Mistress Shui Wu's disciples. If Mistress Shan Wu found out, she would definitely kill them. Lin Ling, can you accept the bet from before? The He brothers were no longer arrogant. No. No. Lin Ling said without looking at them, causing the He brothers' faces to stiffen and turn pale. Ha ha. Ha ha. Li Ling Xian covered her mouth and laughed. Lin Ling's move was tantamount to giving Lady Shan Wu a hard slap. At this moment, Zhang Ren's face was ashen as he walked back, stroking his injured chest. When he heard about the bet between Lin Ling and the He brothers, he couldn't help but be furious. Although he didn't last more than 20 moves, how could he be used as a bet by a Transcendent Realm Junior? Lin Ling, are you courting death? Zhang Ren said in a low voice. The loser has no right to speak. Haha. Lin Ling didn't even look at him and said indifferently, also, let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better sit down and regulate your breathing. It won't be good to leave behind any future troubles. Haha. You. Haha. Zhang Ren almost spat out a mouthful of blood again, but he still sat down cross-legged to regulate his breathing. However, his breathing was still uneven. Obviously, Lin Ling's words about the loser having no right to speak had made him feel stifled in his heart. All right, it's your turn. The two of you should work together. Haha. At this moment, in the garden, Gendosa looked at Lai Qing and Zhang Jinhe. Hearing this, many people's hearts trembled fiercely. Lord Yuan was currently suppressing his strength, but after defeating Zhang Ren, not only did he not recover his spirit qi, he continued to fight and even asked Lai Qing to fight at the same time. It was impossible not to admire such boldness. Lord Yuan, are you sure? Haha. If it were any other opponent, Zhang Jinhe would definitely disdain them. However, he had witnessed Gendosa's strength before, so he didn't think that Gendosa was arrogant at all. I'm sure. If the two of you can last more than 20 moves from me, I'll consider it your win. Gendosa said with a smile. Good. Chapter 1368. Lin Ling enters the battle, Tower of Evil. Boom. Lai Qing was the first to attack. Her attack was clean and efficient. Her small success heavenly pattern martial art was unleashed. The red sword light was like the most mystical power in the world, capable of destroying everything. Not bad. You're just a step away from small success. Your grand law will be even more perfect. Boom. Gendosa's eyes were calm as he spoke. He stretched out his palm and pointed with his finger. Magnetic finger. Boom. The crowd couldn't take their eyes off him. This was the first time they saw someone who dared to resist Lai Qing's killing intent. Rumble. The sword and finger collided, and a majestic power erupted. Many people saw that Gendosa's finger had caused Lai Qing's sword to distort. After the collision, the sword flew over Gendosa's head and landed on the protective light screen, causing cracks to appear on it. What? Boom. Lai Qing's expression changed. She knew that her sword's trajectory had been changed, causing it to land on the protective light screen. My sword's attack power is stronger. Even Lord Yuan has to be wary of it. Therefore, he used the grand law of magnetism to change the direction of my sword. Lai Qing thought. Li's sword immortal. Boom. At the same time, Zhang Jinhe's attack arrived. Endless sword energy exploded, turning into a large number of sword cultivators that shot towards Gendosa like 10,000 swords returning to their origin. This martial art was extremely sharp and had the rhythm of the grand law of sword. If the opponent was in the middle of it, it would be impossible to defend. Moreover, Zhang Jinhe's immortal body was extremely powerful and could continuously replenish his energy from the Milky Way. 8 directions heavenly magnetic palm. Boom. Gendosa had just blocked Lai Qing's sword. At this moment, his movements were as smooth as flowing water. His two palms continued to strike out, stirring up the wind and rain. The huge black palms covered the sky and covered the earth. Boom! 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 The palms and sword energy collided, causing the void to explode. It was as if the forces of heaven and earth had collided, and both sides had instantly disappeared. Compared to Lai Qing's swordsmanship, your swordsmanship is too heterogeneous. It's not focused enough. If you encounter someone weaker than you, you can easily win. But if you encounter someone with similar strength, you'll lose. You need to put more effort into your heavenly pattern martial arts. Gendosa easily blocked those sword essences and pointed out at the same time. Although they were both heavenly pattern martial arts, Lai Qing's was clearly stronger, almost reaching the small success stage. As for the battle sword river immortal physique, it was stronger, but the heavenly pattern martial arts were weaker. It lacked the tyranny of the great laws. The surrounding crowd wore blank looks, many of them unable to understand what was being said because this was the martial arts of the Saint Realm, not something transcendents were qualified to understand. Thank you for your guidance, Yuan Darren, but do you only know how to block? Then, let me see how many moves you can block. Zhang Jianhe's face was a bit ugly. His evaluation was not as good as Lai Qing's, making him feel humiliated. Fight. Lai Qing was a woman of few words, but her sword represented everything. Hong Long Long. The frenzied battle continued. The more the two fought, the fiercer they became. They wanted to consume Yuan Darren's spirit chi, but gradually, their momentum weakened because Yuan Darren's heavenly pattern martial arts were too powerful. They couldn't break through, unless they reached the small success stage. They were only at the first heaven of the Saint Realm, so it was already amazing that they could comprehend a heavenly pattern martial art. If they wanted to reach the small success stage, they were still lacking. Alright, 18th move. My guidance to you ends here. Finally, Yuan Darren used his true strength, and the great law of magnetism erupted. Lai Qing and Zhang Jianhe vomited blood and fell to the ground, their faces filled with unwillingness. Brother Yuan is a disciple of the mortal emperor. Being able to block 18 moves is worthy of praise. At this time, the immortal slaying sword venerable's voice rang out. Although the great sword pavilion disciples were defeated, their opponents were disciples of the mortal emperor who had received guidance from the mortal emperor. Too powerful. Is that the true strength of a Saint Realm master? He's simply invincible. Haha. The entire plaza continued to be silent. The He brothers sucked in a breath of cold air as worship filled their eyes. Zhang Ren also looked to the front with an ugly expression. Previously, he had been defeated by the 11th move, but Lai Qing and the other man had lasted until the 18th move. Their results were much better than his. It seems that other than masters like Lady Shui Wu, no one else can beat him. Li Ling Xian said solemnly. He's not invincible. As long as one's martial domain is higher than his and their immortal body isn't weaker than his, they can still beat him. Lin Ling laughed, causing the Black-White Dao Palace disciples to narrow their eyes. Lin Ling's skin was really thick. He was actually so arrogant. Since you're so powerful, why don't you go up and try? Unfortunately, you only rely on your mouth. You don't even have the qualifications to step onto the martial platform. Zhang Ren was unhappy and coldly snorted. The He brothers naturally didn't dare to speak, but their eyes said it all. Lin Ling was only a transcendent and didn't even have the qualifications to step onto the martial platform. I don't dare. Lin Ling's lips curled up. Just as he was about to speak, Gendosa looked over from the garden and laughed. Of the 4 referrals, 3 have already gone up. What about the last one? Everyone's pupils shrank. They hadn't expected Sir Yuan to take the initiative to ask for a fight. As for the last person, it was Lin Ling. However, he was only a transcendent. Was he qualified to go up? He definitely won't dare to go up. Many people shook their heads. However, just as they thought this, Lin Ling stood up. Since Sir Yuan has invited me, and I have the same intention, then I'll play with Sir Yuan. What? Have the same intention? Play. Many people's faces stiffened. Lin Ling really dared to go up. Moreover, he spoke so casually. He really didn't understand himself. Zhang Ren and Zhang Jinhe were also stunned. They had both been defeated, but Lin Ling still dared to go up. Only Lai Qing laughed. She always had a cold face, but when she laughed, it was extremely beautiful. It seems that Lin Ling is going to win, she said to herself, but her voice wasn't soft. It shocked everyone once again. Lin Ling was going to win? The people around felt like they were dreaming. If a Saint Realm referral couldn't win, how could a Transcendent win? Moreover, the Transcendent youth only had a saint physique. He didn't even have an immortal physique. Lin Ling, go and exchange some pointers with Brother Yuan. Perhaps you'll benefit a lot. Senior Shui Wu laughed heartily. At this moment, he felt like his face was shining because Lin Ling wasn't afraid to fight. Even if his opponent was a Transcendent, even if his opponent was a mortal emperor's disciple, he would fight. At this moment, Lin Ling slowly walked out and came to the center of the garden. Looking at Gendosa indifferently, he bowed and said, "It is this one's fortune to be able to exchange pointers with a master like Senior Yuan." Haha. Hee, you flatter me. In fact, I'm only a few years older than you. I was fortunate enough to receive guidance from the human emperor. That's why I'm slightly more powerful. Of course, when you and I exchange pointers, I'll teach you what the human emperor taught me. Gendosa laughed. Although Lin Ling was a Transcendent, he always felt that this youth was somewhat mysterious. It was because of this that he had invited Lin Ling to fight before. There's no need for guidance. Haha. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. In his purple mansion, what kind of master did he not have? Therefore, there was no need for guidance. This battle was for the martial ancestor fruit and to test himself. Arrogant. Haha. Chapter 1369. Imperial Warrior Disciple Lord Yuan, you fought 2 battles in a row. Let's rest for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense before we fight again, lest I win unfairly. Lin Ling said again, ignoring the mockery around him. He also hoped to fight with Gendosa at his peak. Crazy. The voices in the surroundings became even crazier. Previously, after Lord Yuan had defeated Zhang Ren, he had continued to fight Lai Qing without resting. Now, however, Lin Ling was asking Lord Yuan to rest. What right did he have? Did he think that Lord Yuan would rest for his sake? Idiot. Zhang Ren and Zhang Jinhe couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling was so arrogant that he had turned into an idiot. Good. However, Lord Yuan did not smile. Instead, he stared deeply at Lin Ling with a solemn expression before he sat down cross-legged to recover. What? At this moment, the mocking faces of the surrounding people all stiffened. Zhang Ren and Zhang Jinhe's faces froze, then turned gloomy. Especially Zhang Jinhe, who kept snorting coldly. Why was it that Master Yuan didn't replenish his spiritual energy when he fought, but Master Yuan valued Lin Ling so much when Lin Ling fought and kept sitting cross-legged to replenish his spiritual energy? It was as if he treated Lin Ling as an opponent on the same level. In comparison, their 3 referrals seemed to be inferior to Lin Ling. Everyone stared at Lin Ling and Gendosa as time quietly passed. Gendosa finally stood up, full of energy. He looked deeply at Lin Ling and said, "Just enough time." It was a simple sentence, but it carried the shock in his heart. Previously, he had fought several battles and consumed a certain amount of spiritual qi. However, Lin Ling had allowed him to recover for an incense stick's worth of time. Now, he had just used an incense stick's worth of time to recover. It didn't matter if it was a breath more or less. This Lin Ling seemed to know everything about him. She didn't know if it was just a random guess or if it was said on purpose. At the thought of this, Gendosa's eyes flickered. Lord Yuan, let's begin. Lin Ling smiled faintly. His eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. He knew that he couldn't win against the other party with his strength, but since the other party was suppressing his strength to spar, he could give it a try. It was a rare opportunity to spar. One had to know that sparring with a First Realm Saint was a common occurrence for him in the Purple Mansion realm. However, this was the first time he was challenging a First Realm Saint from Xianping Province. Since your cultivation is at Transcendence 6th stage, I will suppress my cultivation. Gendosa said with a rare solemn expression. There's no need for that. Come at me as a first-layer saint. Lin Ling immediately shook his head. It was precisely because he was facing a Saint Realm Master that he wanted to challenge. If it was a Transcendent Realm Master, to be honest, he wouldn't even be interested. Daring. Good. Gendosa laughed heartily. Everyone else wanted to give up their spots to him, but Lin Ling had repeatedly yielded to him. The crowd also quieted down. They could see that Lord Yuan attached great importance to Lin Ling, especially Zhang Ren and the others. They felt even more uncomfortable in their hearts, but they secretly thought to themselves that Lin Ling was too arrogant, so if he lost, he would lose even more face. Then, I'll go first. Flame Sea World. Not holding back, Lin Ling directly used his supreme martial skill, causing flames to spurt out. He knew that against a master like Lord Yuan, flashy combat skills wouldn't have much of an effect, so it was better to be direct. Gendosa's expression became slightly solemn as he also sent out a simple palm strike. Heaven and earth force bloomed. Bo bo bo. The flames collided with the magnetic force, creating a dazzling explosion that caused the protective light curtain to flicker slightly. You can't shake me with just this. Gendosa's voice floated out at the same time. I know. Lin Ling had flames in his left hand, and the tyrannical song sword appeared in his right hand. He stomped on the ground and shot towards Gendosa, beginning his close-range attack. Earth-rising heavenly sword. The sword came from the west and fiercely slashed out. Seeing the flames and sword attack, Gendosa's expression turned solemn as he secretly praised Lin Ling. Both his left and right hand were powerful attacks, and he was multitasking. This Lin Ling wasn't simple at all. Tyrannical spirit energy condensed as Gendosa's left hand formed a palm, and his right hand formed a finger. They were like two dragons emerging from the sea as they frantically resisted. Rumble. The Flame Sea world still didn't gain any advantage. Instead, the earth-rising heavenly sword slashed out to resist Gendosa's finger, causing Gendosa to take a step back. His expression became even more solemn. What a powerful physical strength, reaching 7 universes. A low shout came from Gendosa's mouth, causing the pupils of the surrounding people to change. Wasn't Lin Ling's physical strength at 6 universes? How did it reach 7 universes now? One had to know that physical strength was the most difficult to cultivate. Even with an immortal body, it was very difficult to raise the strength above 5 universes. However, Lin Ling had reached 7 universes. This was somewhat inconceivable. And many people saw that Gendosa chose to meet force with force for the first time, instead of dodging like he did when facing Zhang Ren and the others. This also meant that Gendosa knew that if he dodged, it would affect his momentum in the following battle, and he would even start to be suppressed. This also meant that Gendosa valued Lin Ling very much. Clang! The finger collided with the ancient sword again, and the wind blew in all directions. At this moment, Gendosa shouted in a low voice, "Your sword is very fierce, but it's easy to break if it's too hard." Magnetic sound. Buzz. 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 His finger bloomed with invisible ripples. It was actually the sound produced by the collision of magnetic forces, and it could affect the opponent's entire state. Lin Ling's expression changed as he retreated. His sword was trembling incessantly as it was affected by the sound of magnetism. However, with a shake of his body, an indescribable majestic force surged out, causing the sword to instantly calm down. If a swordsman is not fierce, how can he talk about the sword? Then, Lin Ling raised his head and looked at Gendosa. Gendosa's heart trembled. His magnetic sound was impossible to defend against, and it was the most powerful in breaking through close combat martial arts. However, against Lin Ling, it seemed to have very little effect. This Lin Ling's defense was too abnormal. Unstoppable. Boom! At this moment, Lin Ling attacked again. This time, he gave up on fire martial arts, and used his physical body to fight in close combat. Rumble. Gendosa's expression became more serious, and his feet began to move. His left hand was either a fist or a palm, and his right hand was still a finger, constantly blocking Lin Ling's ancient sword. On the surface, the exchange between the two did not cause a stir, but everyone knew that if the protective light screen was not there, the force of the collision would be enough to destroy the villa. Amazing, Lin Ling is suppressing Gendosa. Many people gasped, but there were also people who snorted and said, Lord Yuan is just letting him move, and giving him pointers. After 10 moves, Lord Yuan is going to be serious. Yes. Indeed, when Gendosa fought with Zhang Ren and the others, it was the same. Of course, letting Lin Ling move may be, but giving pointers? There was no such thing. At this moment, Gendosa also felt bitter. He also wanted to give pointers to Lin Ling, but he realized that Lin Ling's attacks were too perfect, and he could not give pointers at all. He had to admit that Lin Ling's battle awareness and experience were at the peak of perfection, as if he had fought many ancient martial artists. If he was at Transcendence 6th stage, or even 7th stage, there was no doubt that he would be utterly defeated. Inside the protective light screen, the two of them fought from left to right, and then from right to left. In just a short incense stick's worth of time, they had already exchanged hundreds of moves. Gradually, many people sighed. Lin Ling was able to get a recommendation. He was indeed capable. Chapter 1370. Lord Yuan began to attack. You want to defeat me? Gendosa was annoyed at being suppressed. This was the first time he was suppressed by a Transcendent Realm cultivator. One had to know that he was currently a Saint Realm First Heaven cultivator. If I can, then I naturally have hope. But I know that it's impossible. Lin Ling's breathing became heavy as he smiled faintly. Very arrogant. Then after the 10th move, it will be my turn. Gendosa coldly snorted and laughed. He was a disciple of the mortal emperor. How could he be suppressed by a junior like Lin Ling? As soon as he finished speaking, the 11th move began. His aura instantly changed. It was obvious that he was indeed holding back before. Lin Ling is going to lose. He can't block the 11th move. Zhang Ren immediately shouted. He was defeated by the 11th move. He knew that after the 10th move, Lord Yuan's strength would double. Lin Ling's limit was to rely on Qi Yu's physical strength to suppress Lord Yuan. This kind of strength would not be able to block the 11th move. At this moment, the crowd became nervous and expectant. Lord Yuan's counterattack had begun. Primordial magnetic celestial body. Gendosa opened his hands and black electric snakes wreaked havoc everywhere. Many people narrowed their eyes. They did not expect Lord Yuan's counterattack to be so strong from the start. He planned to use his immortal physique to suppress Lin Ling. This kind of overbearing move was obviously more terrifying than the move that defeated Zhang Ren. A terrifying magnetic force surged from all directions. The pressure of the immortal physique appeared. At this moment, Lin Ling frowned slightly. He stomped his foot, trying to avoid the pressure of Gendosa's immortal physique. It's useless. The pressure of my immortal physique will envelop the entire garden. However, Gendosa shook his head lightly. The black electric snakes grew larger and larger, covering the sky and earth. Lin Ling could not avoid them. Lin Ling only has a saint physique. As long as he is enveloped by the pressure of the immortal physique, he will lose without a doubt. He has nowhere to hide. The crowd saw Lin Ling stop in his tracks, as if he knew that he could not avoid the pressure of the immortal body. Finally, the pressure of the magnetite celestial body enveloped the entire garden. And in the corner of the garden, Lin Ling stood there quietly. This made many people feel that Lin Ling had lost the will to fight, and everything was dominated by the magnetite celestial body. The 11th move, Lin Ling has been defeated. That's quite amazing. You should know that Lin Ling is a transcendent. That's right. In that case, Lin Ling is much better than the other person from the Black-White Dao Palace, Zhang Ren. Many people continued to speak, causing Zhang Ren's face to turn ashen. His tone was sour as he said, no matter what cultivation level, a loss is a loss. Is there a difference? However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling, who was in the corner, slowly raised his head and revealed a bright smile. What a powerful immortal physique, at least yellow rank 4th grade. I felt some pressure at first, but now I feel that it's nothing. Lin Ling was once again certain that his god demon overlord physique was a yellow rank 5th grade immortal physique. That was why he didn't fear the pressure of the magnetite celestial body. The crowd was stunned and fell silent. How could this be? An earth grade saint physique wasn't afraid of a yellow rank 4th grade immortal physique? Even Gendosa was stunned for a moment, but he smiled mysteriously. He had always guessed that Lin Ling was hiding some other talent, and now it was confirmed. Then, the 12th move, magnetite celestial body. Gendosa's body became huge, and the magnetic force exploded. It was as if he had turned into a magnet, attracting Lin Ling over. This move was similar to the one that defeated Zhang Ren, but of course, it was even more terrifying. It was at full strength. Ancient God Emperor. Lin Ling also roared. He didn't stop the terrifying suction force, but instead used it to pounce towards Gendosa. The great sword in his hand was like a sword that could conquer the world as it ruthlessly slashed out. From afar, it looked like two emperors were clashing. Rumble. When Lin Ling's sword slashed out, Gendosa's expression changed. He actually felt a strong pressure from Lin Ling's ancient god emperor. Could it be that Lin Ling's talent was higher than his? Pa! He clasped his hands together and caught Lin Ling's sword. The 12th move. At the same time, Lin Ling's light shout rang out, causing Gendosa's expression to turn ugly. A black magnetic ball instantly appeared between his hands, as if it wanted to tear apart Lin Ling's sword. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and his body moved, retreating, avoiding the terrifying magnetic force. He knew that Gendosa had used a heavenly pattern martial art, and it was that minor accomplishment. Let's see if you can block my 13th move. Gendosa took a step forward, and between his palms, a large number of black lightning snakes roared, making him look like he was holding two black lightning bolts. That kind of power made many people gasp. They felt that when Gendosa fought with the 3 referrals, he was playing around. But when he fought with Lin Ling, he became more and more crazy. Bang! 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 Yuan Daosher lunged forward. His speed was countless times faster than when he had transcended the void. Immense power burst forth, and the void was torn apart by him. Clearly, he had borrowed the power of the great law of magnetism to increase his speed. Lin Ling felt a strong pressure, as if a magnetic force was constantly enveloping his body. But this pressure not only didn't make him afraid, it made his fighting spirit boil. The Eye of Time quietly appeared, staring at Gendosa as if it could see through everything. Rumble. Gendosa's palm struck out, stirring up the wind and clouds. Clang. Lin Ling raised his sword to block, but his body was sent flying. The 13th move. Again. Move. Gendosa's footsteps did not stop, and he kept on pestering Lin Ling. The law constantly erupted, crushing Lin Ling like a giant, and Lin Ling's momentum gradually weakened, suppressed. The situation finally began to change, from Lin Ling suppressing Gendosa to Gendosa suppressing Lin Ling. Around the garden, everyone was extremely nervous. It was a very intense battle, and no one had expected Lin Ling to hold on for so long. As for the He brothers, their faces were pale. The idol in their hearts could not block 11 moves, but Lin Ling, who they had always looked down on, blocked 13 moves. What qualifications did they have to be proud in front of Lin Ling? Even their idol Zhang Ren was not qualified, because Lin Ling was not weaker than Zhang Ren. No, he had surpassed him. Good, good, good. Lin Ling, you must hold on until the 18th move. Yes. Lady Shui Wu was extremely excited. She did not expect Lin Ling to be so strong, and to be able to catch up with Zhang Jianhe and Zhang Jianhe after 18 moves. Dream on, he will lose in 15 moves. Zhang Jianhe coldly snorted. How could he watch Lin Ling surpass him? The 14th move. The 15th move. The 16th move. However, from the surface, Lin Ling was about to lose again and again, but he did not lose. From this point of view, one could see how abnormal Lin Ling's body was. It could be called perfect. I finally know why you are invincible in the transcendent realm. If you reach the transcendent 7th stage, you will be able to sweep through all first stage saints. Yes. Even Gendosa could not help but admire Lin Ling. He could be said to be invincible. His defense, attack, and speed had all reached the pinnacle, giving him a feeling that he would not be able to bite down. Moreover, he also had a feeling that Lin Ling's innate immortal body's divine ability was the most solid foundation. Although on the surface, this innate talent was not as mysterious as Zhang Ren's immortal body, nor was it as sharp as Lai Qing's sword. Sometimes the simpler things were, the stronger they were. This was the reason why Gendosa had not won yet. Thinking of this, Gendosa roared, but against a heavenly mark martial art, you will not be able to hold on for long. The 17th move. The 17th move. Rumble. Chapter 1371. An intense collision. Inside the light curtain, Lin Ling's body flew backwards and crashed into it. His face was a little pale, but the fighting spirit and pride in his eyes were still strong. He raised his head and said indifferently, "Heavenly mark martial arts?" Yes. Yes, I can crush any transcendent. Yes. Gendosa slowly walked forward with an indescribable domineering aura. At this point, he already regarded Lin Ling as an opponent of the same generation, so he couldn't lose. I'm sorry, but I also know heavenly mark martial arts. Yes. However, just as he took a few steps, Lin Ling stretched out his left hand and a flame rippled out. The pressure it released was extremely terrifying, causing Gendosa's eyes to narrow as he said in disbelief, "Heavenly mark martial arts." Yes. He could clearly feel that the flame was different from before. It had an additional domineering aura, as if it was saying, "My principle was created by me." And this feeling was a grand principle. Lin Ling knows heavenly mark martial arts. The crowd also went into an uproar, especially Zhang Ren and Zhang Jianhe. They stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was only at the transcendent realm, but he had comprehended a grand principle martial art. This was too abnormal. The He brothers also stared with wide eyes. They had just said that Lin Ling was only at the transcendent realm and would never be able to touch the field of heavenly mark martial arts. But now, Lin Ling had clearly demonstrated it to them, making them feel like frogs in a well. You are the first young man I've met who has comprehended heavenly mark martial arts at the transcendent realm. Yes. At this moment, Gendosa's eyes became even more dignified, but not only was he not afraid, he wanted to defeat Lin Ling even more. He had a feeling that Lin Ling wouldn't be any weaker than him in the future, and this kind of achievement made his fighting spirit boil even more. You said before that you could use heavenly mark martial arts to suppress me, but now that I also have one, you can't suppress me. Lin Ling said indifferently. The wisp of flame in his hand quietly changed, constantly interweaving, turning into a lifelike flame dragon. The dragon opened its mouth wide, angrily staring at Gendosa. Indeed. However, your heavenly rune martial arts are still too weak. Your only shortcoming is your cultivation. Gendosa stopped in his tracks and took another step forward. At the same time, he clasped his hands together. The black magnetic lightning roared and transformed into an ancient black tortoise. The moment the tortoise appeared, it seemed to suppress the world. The surrounding magnetic forces became even more ferocious. You lost in the 18th move. Lin Ling shoved his hands out in front of him, and dazzling light erupted from the black turtle, along with the aura of the Sovereign Lord. At the same time, the defensive shield shattered, as if it had been struck by some sort of magnetic force. The protective light screen was able to withstand the attack of a third-level Saint Realm expert. This also meant that Gendosa's move was extremely terrifying. Forbidden Great Flame Dragon. Boom! Facing the terrifying magnetic force, Lin Ling roared. At the same time, his spiritual yuan madly poured into the Great Flame Dragon, causing it to grow larger and larger. However, this wasn't enough to block Gendosa's attack. Thus, he continued to roar, not enough, add more strength. Boom! Rumble. Under his resolute roar, the dantian that had been close to breaking through finally underwent a heaven-shaking change. A new wisp of spiritual yuan bloomed. At almost the same time, all 8 wisps of spiritual yuan poured into the forbidden Great Flame Dragon. In that instant, everyone in the garden stood up, their faces filled with shock. Lin Ling had broken through. Transcendence 7th stage. All of this was too dramatic. Unfortunately, no one knew that before Lin Ling's battle with Empyrean Voidstar and the other experts, he had already consumed the last black-white Dao fruit. Adding on the bitter battle, his foundation had naturally increased. In the end, under Gendosa's pressure, he had smoothly broken through. Rumble. However, this wasn't the end of their shock. The great flame dragon that was hovering around Lin Ling seemed to be blowing air as it crazily grew. From the size of an arm, it gradually grew to the size of a water bucket. The dragon roared, making the youth in the flame dragon seem like the son of a true dragon. Gendosa's pupils constricted. Previously, he had said that Lin Ling's heavenly pattern martial arts were too weak. But now, he could clearly feel the changes in the heavenly pattern martial arts. Go, don't disappoint me for the first time. Forbidden Great Flame Dragon. Forbidden. The corner of Lin Ling's mouth rose slightly. His eyes were filled with battle intent as he stared ahead. The flame dragon that was hovering around him broke through the air. Bang bang bang. The majestic flame dragon swam out. What was shocking was that wherever the flame dragon passed, the ground continued to explode, as if a taboo had descended. This also meant that wherever the flame dragon went, there would be great rules. That place would be plunged into misery and suffering, everything would be incinerated. Rumble. The two great heavenly pattern martial arts, one was the great law of fire, the other was the great law of magnetism. Finally, under countless gazes, they collided and formed a huge shockwave. The mushroom's spiritual energy screen soared into the sky. Rumble. Both martial arts were at the minor completion stage. After sweeping through everything, they finally dissipated. At the center of the garden, there was a mess. Two figures stood there quietly, causing many people to tremble in fear. On the left, Gendosa's clothes were tattered and his face was cold. His elegant aura was also gone. Clearly, under the powerful impact of the martial arts, he was also affected. Although he wasn't injured, his image was damaged. This is the first time I've seen a mortal emperor's disciple in such a sorry state. Everyone trembled. The hearts of many trembled violently as they looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was not much better off. His clothes were torn, and there was even blood on his body. However, his eyes were still resolute, and his will to fight was boiling. "You're injured." "Humph." Gendosa stared at Lin Ling and said coldly, as if saying that Lin Ling was inferior to him. "You're not much better." "Humph." Lin Ling wasn't willing to be outdone and said indifferently. Gendosa was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly laughed. "Good, good, good, just transcendence. But you made me, an emperor's disciple, suffer such a loss. You're the first. Then, there are 2 more moves. Do you want me to go easy on you? Or do you want me to treat you as a real opponent?" "Humph. Go easy on me. That's humiliating me. If you want to fight, then go all out." "Humph." Lin Ling raised his sword. He didn't want the weak, he wanted the strong. "Good." "Humph." Gendosa shouted. "This is how a martial artist should be," he said excitedly. "As the battle continues, the gap between us will become more and more obvious. For example, after using a heavenly pattern martial art, your spiritual energy will be exhausted, but I won't. You will definitely lose in the next 19 moves." "Humph. I thought I would lose from the beginning, but may I ask, have I lost?" "Go." Lin Ling's sword was still pointed at Gendosa, which made Gendosa smile. His eyes instantly became cold. He took a big step forward and jumped towards Lin Ling. "As a martial artist, I must be good at close-range and long-range martial arts. Now, I will let you experience my close-range attack. Go." "Then come, 19 moves. Go." Lin Ling angrily shouted. Rumble. Both of them intertwined again. Gendosa began to use magnetic force martial art. His movements were strange, sometimes left, sometimes right, constantly attacking Lin Ling. Lin Ling was surrounded by danger, but he once again withstood the 19 moves. The crowd didn't know what to say, they could only watch the battle in horror. As for Zhang Jianhe, he tightly clenched his fists. Lin Ling was someone he didn't put in his eyes, but now he had surpassed him. And he actually thought that Lin Ling and him were just referrals. That was Lin Ling's fortune, but now it seems that it was his fortune. Chapter 1372. A tie game. Gendosa's expression was solemn. No wonder Lin Ling had allowed him to recover and maintain his cultivation at the first layer of the Saint Realm. If he hadn't done that, he wouldn't have had a chance to win. 20th move. 20 moves. Gendosa's attacks became more and more frenzied, like a storm. The grand law of magnetism suppressed Lin Ling from time to time. However, how strong was Lin Ling's physical body? Although he was suppressed at first, he gradually recovered to his peak state and suppressed Gendosa. Moreover, during this process, Lin Ling's spiritual source was also slowly recovering. The advantage of being a triple cultivator of essence, energy, and spirit was on full display. Bastard. 20 moves. Being suppressed again, Gendosa was furious. Unknowingly, he erupted with the power of a second layer of the Saint Realm. In an instant, the situation changed. This. 20 moves. Many people felt Gendosa's terrifying aura and couldn't help but be tongue-tied. Not only had Lin Ling blocked 20 moves, he had also angered Master Yuan, causing him to erupt with strength beyond the agreed upon. Lord Aqua Mist, this isn't good. Yes. Many elders in the Black and White Dao Palace anxiously said. At this moment, they were very concerned about Lin Ling. Because of Lin Ling's shocking talent, even they couldn't help but be convinced. Let's continue watching. Lin Ling isn't a fool. If he can't win, he'll withdraw. Lord Aqua Mist was even more nervous than them. Today, Lin Ling had given him too many surprises. At this moment, Lin Ling felt a great pressure. Gendosa's attacks were even more ferocious than before. Every time he blocked, he almost couldn't block. This caused the light in his eyes to become even more intense. It seemed that he had to use his final trump card. Spatial distortion. Space. Lin Ling's figure became ethereal as the grand law of space appeared, causing him to flicker left and right. His entire body was like a reflection on water, making it difficult for others to see him clearly. Gendosa's attacks either missed or had a large amount of power dissipated. The battle between the two gradually became more and more frenzied. 30 moves, 40 moves, 50 moves. Many people's mouths were wide open, their hearts were pounding along with the battle. The battle between a transcendent and a saint was so intense that it was difficult to tell who would come out on top. This Lin Ling was jumping levels to fight, this was too crazy. I'm not fighting anymore. You actually know 2 heavenly pattern martial arts. Finally, Gendosa gave up completely. His face flushed red, and he flew into a rage out of humiliation. His words caused a stir in the hearts of many people. 2 great heavenly pattern martial arts. Everyone looked at Lin Ling as if they were looking at a freak. On the surface, Lin Ling's talent didn't seem to be strong, but his battle prowess was too terrifying. One must know that it was already very rare for a transcendent to comprehend a heavenly rune martial art. However, Lin Ling actually had 2. You can't beat me. At this moment, Gendosa had no time to be surprised. He continued to roar, completely forgetting that he was a proud human emperor's disciple. You can't beat me either. On the other side, Lin Ling said while gasping for breath. However, his sword was still pointed at Gendosa, as if he was saying, if you don't want to fight, then fight. Alright, Brother Yuan, you must be tired today. Take a rest. At this moment, Lady Shui Wu's voice sounded, startling Gendosa. He closed his eyes and recalled what had happened before. After calming down, his body fiercely trembled. Previously, he was enraged by Lin Ling and couldn't attack for a long time. He had completely forgotten the purpose of exchanging pointers. Only now did he realize that Lin Ling had 2 great laws. He was simply a monstrous existence. In addition, Lin Ling, with his transcendent 7th stage cultivation, was able to fight against a 2nd stage saint and still not lose. This battle record was simply a miracle. I lost. Opening his eyes again, Gendosa apologetically smiled, looking at Lin Ling with deep admiration. I also didn't win. Lin Ling sighed lightly and smiled. He knew that even if he used his full strength, as long as Gendosa also used his full strength, he would definitely be defeated. After all, the 3rd place on the lower Xian ranking was not someone he could resist at present. However, after this battle, Lin Ling was very clear about his own strength. Brother Li is indeed an interesting person. Gendosa was stunned for a moment, then laughed. His subconscious words had already made it clear that he no longer regarded Lin Ling as a junior. Instead, he regarded him as a brother of the same generation, a cultivator of the same level. Amazing. Many people opened their mouths wide, not knowing what to say for a moment. Of the 4 referrals, Lin Ling had always been the most doubtful, but now, they were convinced and even curious as to why Lin Ling was so strong. Only Yuan Daosher knew that Lin Ling had a powerful innate talent. He was like an ancient god, and was at least yellow class level 5. However, this kind of innate talent could only be found out after a battle. The specialty of this innate talent was that its defense was super strong. Any big law would have little effect on Lin Ling, and Lin Ling's attack and speed were also one of the advantages of his innate talent. Thus, he knew that Lin Ling's height in the future would definitely be higher than his. Of course, if he knew that Lin Ling's fiend god overlord physique was an emperor physique and could still grow, then he wouldn't dare to talk about him as an equal, he would look up to him. No, he only has an earth saint physique. How can his achievements be higher than mine? Master Yuan, I suspect that you didn't use your full strength before? Yes. That's right, that's impossible. Zhang Ren and Zhang Jianhe didn't know where Lin Ling's strength came from. They were stunned for a long time and couldn't help but angrily shout. Today was their time to shine, but now, they were inferior to Lin Ling. Of the 4 referrals, people only remembered Lin Ling and completely forgot about them. They were unwilling to accept this. Are you doubting me? Gendosa looked at the two with ridicule. He knew why they were unwilling. It was because Lin Ling's talent was too ordinary. Zhang Ren, we are both referrals of the Black-White Dao Palace. For Lady Shui Wu's face, I didn't pay attention to you before, but your atrocious behavior should stop now. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he looked at Zhang Ren. Zhang Ren could criticize him, but he couldn't doubt Gendosa. Gendosa was a good person. He didn't use his strength to bully the weak, and was open and honest. Even if he lost, he still said it. Lin Ling wouldn't allow such a person to be doubted. Do you have the qualifications to speak to me? Zhang Ren took a step forward, his face ice cold. Then let me see how amazing your referrals are. Lin Ling nodded and didn't waste any more words. He pulled out his ancient sword and stomped on the ground, causing it to crack open. He turned into countless afterimages and shot towards Zhang Ren. At the same time, his greatsword ruthlessly chopped down in midair. If it was before, Lin Ling might have been in trouble fighting Zhang Ren. But after reaching the transcendent 7th stage, Lin Ling's heart was filled with boundless confidence. The current Zhang Ren was nothing in his eyes. A domain that you will never be able to reach, the heart of eternity. Zhang Ren roared. If Lin Ling dared to attack, then he would defeat him. You overestimate yourself. Calmly watching this scene, Gendosa shook his head in disdain. He knew how terrifying Lin Ling's talent was. He was like an ancient god. If Zhang Ren's immortal heart wanted to affect Lin Ling, it was clearly lacking. And the truth was indeed so. Under countless gazes, a sword came from the west. It was as if it could cut through the heavens and earth, break the dome of heaven. Chapter 1373. Admit defeat rumble. With one slash, the deity's heart in mid-air was split into 2. Endless spiritual energy spread out. On the ground, Zhang Ren's eyes widened. Lin Ling was not affected by his deity physique and had even cut off his pride. Space distortion. After cutting off the deity's heart, Lin Ling's figure disappeared before Zhang Ren's eyes like a reflection on water. In the next moment, he appeared behind Zhang Ren and placed one hand on Zhang Ren's shoulder. At the same time, his indifferent voice drifted out. Do you think you have the right to question me? Rumble. A force of 1,000 caddies erupted from Lin Ling's arm, causing Zhang Ren's shoulders to tremble. His legs went soft and with a plop, he was forced to kneel down by Lin Ling. Under his knees, the ground cracked and spread. The garden was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. The scene before them had proven everything. Lord Yuan did not favor Lin Ling at all. After all, Lin Ling had defeated Zhang Ren in 2 moves. As one of the 4 candidates, this was the difference between them. As expected of Lin Ling. Lord Water Mist looked at the scene excitedly. The young man in front of him had long hair and clothes fluttering in the wind. With a sword in his hand, he ruled the world. His other hand pressed on Zhang Ren's shoulder as if he wanted Zhang Ren to submit. This scene was so visually impactful that he could not help but admire him. Moreover, he knew that Lin Ling had given him face, so he had not paid attention to Zhang Ren all this time. At this moment, Zhang Ren's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He kept shaking his head and saying, "How could I lose? How could I lose to Lin Ling? I have a recommendation. His talent is yellow rank 5th level." At this moment, Gendosa said calmly, causing Zhang Ren's heart to thump like thunder. Lin Ling's talent was stronger than his, 2 grades higher. Even Mistress Water Mist and Mistress Mountain Mist were shocked to the extreme. They found it hard to believe. Only Gendosa knew that Lin Ling's talent could only be known after experiencing it personally. Zhang Ren has been defeated. It's your turn now. Zhang Jianhe, the Great Sword Pavilion's representative, you said before that you would only use one move, only one hand, and that you would only attack and not defend. Now, I'll go easy on you. At this moment, Lin Ling's gaze landed on Zhang Jianhe as he coldly spoke, his words causing Zhang Jianhe's countenance to turn pale. Did he still dare to fight at this moment? How could he not be convinced? I admit defeat. Zhang Jianhe didn't hesitate and directly admitted defeat. This was because he realized that he wouldn't be able to block Lin Ling's sword. That sword was too overbearing. In addition, Lin Ling had two great heavenly pattern martial arts. He had no choice but to look up to him. Therefore, even if Lin Ling went easy on him, he didn't dare to go up because it was equivalent to asking for humiliation. After that, Zhang Jianhe slowly walked back to the crowd. At this moment, he was a lot more low-key, causing many people to shake their heads and laugh. The current Zhang Jianhe and Gendosa before were like heaven and earth. There wasn't any arrogance left. As for the immortal slaying sword Venerable and Mistress Mountain Mist, they looked at Lin Ling with a serious expression. They didn't expect that among the four great representatives, the most dazzling one was Lin Ling. Lin Ling's expression was neither arrogant nor humble. He didn't show any arrogance and didn't say anything else. He withdrew his sword and walked back indifferently. In fact, if Zhang Jianhe wanted to fight, even if Lin Ling could win, it would be very difficult because Lin Ling had already fought many battles. Especially the battle with Mistress Yuan, it had consumed a lot of his spirit and energy. Unfortunately, Zhang Jianhe was scared. He was scared by the yellow grade 5 immortal physique and the two great laws. After Lin Ling walked back, Zhang Renzi looked at Lin Ling's back in shock. Then, a bitter smile appeared on his face. He had always thought that Lin Ling was one of the representatives like him and that it was Lin Ling's fortune. But now, it seemed that it was his fortune. This exchange of pointers has benefited me a lot. I know that there is always someone better than me, and there is always someone better than me. Sigh. At this moment, Gendosa had already returned to his seat and invited Lin Ling to sit beside him, giving Lin Ling great attention. Then, he handed a green fruit to Lin Ling. This was the martial ancestor fruit. This treasure was given to me by the 7 emperors. In fact, I was reluctant to part with this treasure. Although I took it out as a reward today, I didn't plan to give it away. No one can withstand 20 moves from me. But, man proposes, God disposes. If I had known this, I wouldn't have taken the martial ancestor fruit as a reward. Gendosa shook his head helplessly, causing many people to laugh. Lin Ling also shook his head and laughed. He looked at the fruit in his hand with joy. This fruit would allow his godly devil overlord physique to reach the 4th layer. Today, the 4 of you have been confirmed. Next, the 8 people from the Qian and Kuan halls will gather. At that time, the 7 emperors will appear and they will choose you. Gendosa said again, causing Zhang Ren and the others to look forward to it. Could they finally meet the human emperor? One had to know that in Xianping province, meeting the human emperor was the lifelong pursuit of every cultivator. Not only did meeting the human emperor represent a glorious future, it was also a kind of affirmation for oneself, a kind of affirmation for reaching a certain height. A cultivator would have many goals in their life, but becoming stronger was always the first goal. There were stages to becoming stronger, and meeting the human emperor was one of the stages. Langia 10 halls, Carefree 10 halls, these peerless geniuses have all met the human emperor. Some of them are disciples of the human emperor, while some are not. If you succeed in meeting the human emperor, then your next goal will be to become a member of the Langia 10 halls or the Carefree 10 halls. Yes, said Yuan Daosher, causing many people's blood to boil. Even though many of them couldn't reach that level, at the very least, they had witnessed the rise of the 4 people who had been recommended. Among these 4 people, perhaps one of them could reach that level. Lin Ling's eyes also revealed a burning light. Langia 10 halls? The Golden Armor King's challenge was still waiting for him, and Lin Ling was also looking forward to it. Of course, don't think that reaching the height of the Langia 10 halls or the carefree 10 halls will make you a peerless genius. In fact, as you become stronger, they will also become stronger. I can say this, in the past, I had the chance to become one of the Langia 10 halls, but after failing once, it's impossible for me to catch up. Gendosa said again. In fact, it's just a matter of who grows faster and stronger. If you can't catch up to the peerless geniuses of the Langia 10 halls, then you can only look up to them for the rest of your life. If you can catch up to them, then you can eliminate them. Of course, it's easy to say, but hard to do. Otherwise, with the billions of cultivators in Xianping province, who knows how many experts there would be. After a long time, the crowd left one after another. Gendosa looked at Lin Ling and said, "Brother Lin Ling, my villa is quiet, why don't you rest here for a day or two?" Yes. Hearing this, many people's eyes flickered. They knew that Gendosa wanted to befriend Lin Ling. Of course, this was normal. Lin Ling's strength was too monstrous. No one would miss a friend like this. Alright, I have a lot of things to ask Brother Yuan. Yes. Chapter 1374. In search of the second dream that night, inside Yuan's Ci mountain villa, two people were drinking wine and chatting. Lin Ling, your talent is very mysterious. Only after fighting with you did I know. This is the first time I've seen such talent. After taking a sip of wine, Gendosa smiled. When the two of them talked alone, he became more approachable. My talent comes from a set of secret arts. Lin Ling didn't hide anything, said bluntly, causing Gendosa's eyes to light up. If a secret art could change a person's talent, then this secret art must be a noble secret art. However, your martial Dao heart seems to be flawed. When you broke through to the transcendent realm, did you not find your obsession? Gendosa asked. Lin Ling shook his head. After hearing Gendosa's words, he remembered that when he broke through to the transcendent realm, he didn't experience any great obsession. At that time, he had just refined the sea heart flame and used its immense power to break through. If your obsession is not eliminated or not clear, it will inevitably have an impact in the future. After all, 10,000 zhang tall buildings rise from the ground. Gendosa said meaningfully, your foundation in other aspects is very solid, so every time you break through, you are a leader in your realm. The only thing you don't have is an obsession. If you want to go far in the future, you must face it. Thank you. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Yuan. Thank you. Lin Ling nodded and asked, how does Golden Armor King compare to Brother Yuan's strength? Of course. I naturally can't compare to him. He is a master on the Martial Pavilion's middle Xian ranking, while I am only on the lower Xian ranking. Gendosa shook his head, causing Lin Ling to nod. Since he had agreed to fight Golden Armor King, he naturally had to be fully prepared. However, he hadn't expected Golden Armor King to be so strong. None of the 10 temples of Langia is weak. Golden Armor King, Heaven Touch Great Sage, Divine Chart King, these are all top masters. Gendosa said again. Divine Chart King. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. The real culprit behind the destruction of the Rainforest Holy Land was the Divine Map King. Therefore, when he thought of the people from the Divine Map Palace, Lin Ling felt extremely displeased. There are countless experts in Xianping province. Most of those who have reached our level are experts who have faced the 3 Xian of the mortal world. The waters there are even deeper. There are countless peerless experts. Even I am not qualified to be proud. Yuan Daojie said with a bitter smile. It was precisely because he had followed the human emperor and had seen the top experts of the 3 profound of the human realm that he had always kept a low profile and knew that his strength was very ordinary. Lin Ling felt the same way. Currently, he wasn't very strong. From the Martial Pavilion's profound ranking, he could barely enter the lower profound ranking. By the way, has Brother Yuan been to the Ghost Domain? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked. As a martial artist, everyone wants to roam the world and witness some rare wonders of heaven and earth. Naturally, I have been to the ghost domain, Gendosa said after drinking a mouthful of wine. He had indeed roamed many places in the past, which made Lin Ling interested. Indeed, as a martial artist, he naturally wanted to roam the world freely and see all the mountains and rivers under the heavens. The ghost domain can only be entered by those who have reached the transcendental seventh realm. The world inside is even more dangerous. There are evil spirits, ghost emperors, heaven and earth reincarnation circle, Yellow Springs Mountain, Bridge of Helplessness, and of course, the three Xian of the human realm. Everything is colorful, but also full of danger, Gendosa recalled. Basically, every expert has been to the ghost domain. However, the spirits of the ghost domain are eyeing the human realm covetously. They once wanted to encroach on the human realm. The four great ancient kingdoms of the ancient times were destroyed by the experts of the ghost domain and the demon domain. Gendosa said with a solemn expression, "In the past, I heard the human sovereign say that the seal of the ghost domain is getting weaker. If the seal disappears one day, the experts of the ghost domain will once again invade the human realm. At that time, the human realm's calamity will come. Therefore, all these years, the seven sovereigns want to cultivate genius martial artists. They want to make the genius martial artists stronger so that when the calamity comes, they can resist the attack of the ghost domain. In addition to the seven sovereigns, the Xianyuan and Xianping regions are also constantly cultivating genius martial artists." Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression became solemn. However, he quickly shook his head. These matters were too far away for him to care about. Of course, if his people were invaded by the ghost domain, then there would be no need to say anything. Lin Ling would naturally kill his way into the ghost domain with his sword. As for why he asked about the ghost domain, Lin Ling naturally had his reasons. "It's time to fulfill my promise." Then, Lin Ling touched the jade token hanging from his neck, his gaze becoming even more resolute. "Search for the second dream. Lin Ling, remember this. In this world, there are countless geniuses. However, there are many people who harbor evil intentions. They like to erase geniuses before they grow up. I can see that your Black-White Dao Palace's Lord Shan Wu wants to kill you. There's also the Sword Venerable Immortal. That person might not have any killing intent, but if there's a chance for you to fall, he would be happy to see it happen. Therefore, you must be careful," Gendosa reminded him. He had seen this sort of thing many times over the years. "Thank you." Lin Ling felt a warmth in his heart as he replied. However, his eyes were icy cold. He naturally knew about this sort of thing. Gendosa also knew that Lin Ling wasn't a martial artist who was roaming the world for the first time. Before, he was just being talkative. He smiled and said, 3 months from now, the human sovereign will inspect the 8 spots. I hope that at that time, your strength will rise once more. Although your current talent is good, your cultivation is still too low." Lin Ling nodded. Seeing the human sovereign was one of his goals. It was also a stage for him to become stronger. Then, the two of them casually chatted. What surprised Gendosa was that Lin Ling seemed to be omniscient. He seemed to be familiar with every field. Alchemy, martial arts, forging, array runes. Gendosa had the misconception that Lin Ling was an emperor that hadn't yet grown up. Perhaps after introducing the human sovereign, Lin Ling wouldn't even need the human sovereign's guidance. How could he know that Lin Ling's purple palace was used to cultivate emperors? The human sovereign naturally didn't have the qualifications to guide Lin Ling. Currently, what Lin Ling lacked was cultivation resources. The next day, Lin Ling left. Gendosa also knew that Lin Ling had everything except for poverty. Therefore, he gave many heavenly treasures to Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling sigh with emotion. Following the human sovereign was truly rich. However, Lin Ling didn't hesitate to accept them. Soon after, Lin Ling used Yuan's Ci Mountain Villa's teleportation array and directly arrived at the rainforest's sacred land. Currently, he had set up a teleportation array in the rainforest's sacred land. As long as the teleportation arrays could be connected to each other in the void, they would be able to pass through each other. After Lin Ling returned, many people in the rainforest's sacred land became excited. Among them, the people of Starry Sky Left Court Palace and Blazing Right Court Palace were looking forward to it the most. Lin Ling smiled and checked. Not bad, the strength of the two great palaces had increased very quickly. Most of them had reached Transcendent Realm. Don't pursue the realm, pursue the foundation. Everyone must reach the Transcendent Realm of Extreme Martial Arts. Otherwise, you will never be able to break through. After checking, Lin Ling exhorted. Soon after, he took out a large number of treasures, causing Mumu and others' complexion to change drastically. Rootless water, heaven and earth fruit. These are all yours. Lin Ling said with a smile. These treasures were given by Gendosa. They weren't of much help to him, but to Mumu and others, they were rare heavenly treasures. Chapter 1375. The fourth layer, heaven and earth, could it be that you belong to me? As my sleeping maids, I naturally won't treat you badly. Lin Ling looked at them with a smile, which made Mumu and the others tremble. Mumu's beautiful eyes were twinkling. Lin Ling was extremely strong, he was easy to get along with, and he had unlimited potential. Being his maid in bed wasn't a bad thing at all. My lord, I'm willing to be your sleeping maid. Mumu braced herself and said. Her little face was flushed red like an apple. Coupled with her delicate face, she was extremely attractive. Lin Ling was stunned. What he said about the maid who would accompany him to sleep was naturally a joke. He didn't expect Mumu to take it seriously. I'm willing too. However, to Lin Ling's surprise, other than Mumu, many girls from the Void Star Divine Palace also nodded, their eyes filled with worship. Lin Ling felt a headache coming on. He was just joking. Who knew they would take it seriously? Wait until your cultivation catches up to mine, then we'll consider this matter. Lin Ling said and fled. The people from the Flame Right Court Palace covered their mouths and laughed. They knew that their lord was just joking. They didn't expect the girls to take it seriously and cause such a farce. Serves you right. Yu Man Yun and Qin Xiaolan rolled their eyes. They also knew that Lin Ling was joking. However, joking was just joking. Who asked him to use this as a joke? The current situation was absolutely their own fault. Lord Yuman, Lord Qin, this also shows how attractive our lord is. The people from the Flame Right Court Palace laughed loudly, causing Yuman Yun and Qin Xiaolan's faces to turn gloomy. They naturally knew that Lin Ling was so outstanding that many girls would like him. However, knowing was one thing, but thinking about it made them feel unhappy. I'll definitely catch up to my lord's strength. As expected, Mumu and the others said firmly as if they didn't know it was a joke. Or perhaps, they knew it was a joke, but they didn't treat it as a joke. Everyone was astonished. In order to become a sleeping maid, these heavenly beauties were actually willing to work so hard? Patriarch Taiyan, Mo Nianchen, Mo Ping, and the others also smiled helplessly. However, they felt proud in their hearts. Many people liked their juniors. This also showed how outstanding Lin Ling was. At this moment, after Lin Ling fled, he immediately entered the Zifu. Currently, he wanted to go to the ghost domain, so before that, he had to increase his strength by a bit. In the second level of the Violet Palace Hall, the vast ocean was still as majestic as ever. Two silhouettes were floating in the air. The martial ancestor fruit is a divine tree formed from the essence of Wu Sheng after his death. This rare fruit should be able to help me reach the fourth level. Lin Ling curiously looked at the green fruit in his hand. Your Majesty, the martial tree is only formed by a stream of Wu Sheng's energy. If it was formed by Wu Sheng's entire energy, it would no longer be a martial fruit, as it would contain even more qi. Elder Zi's figure appeared and explained. Wu Sheng was at the level of one of the 7 emperors. With a flip of his hand, he could create clouds with a flip of his hand. Wu Sheng is a very powerful expert. I should prepare myself for the Saint Realm. Sigh. Lin Ling shook his head. He did not bite off more than he could chew. Then, he held the green fruit with both hands and started refining it. This was indeed a rare treasure. After refining it, it turned into a large number of martial arts that slowly floated into Lin Ling's body. Those martial arts were practiced by mysterious figures. It was extremely profound. At the same time, the small world in Lin Ling's body was awakening rapidly. It was approaching the 4 million mark. One had to know that the higher the level, the harder it was to cultivate the physical body. This was because there were many small worlds hidden in the human body. Those were the cells that were rarely used. If those cells wanted to awaken, they would need even more energy. Lin Ling, after tempering the Yamada no Oro Chi and refining the martial ancestor fruit, had barely reached the limit of the 4th level. The 4th level was obviously a watershed. The higher the level, the harder it was. If one wanted to become an ancient god emperor, it would undoubtedly be a long road. At the same time, the tall figure of the ancient god emperor appeared behind Lin Ling. In the past, it was a pair of arms, but now, it was a pair of legs. It was as if his feet were stepping on the ground and his head was touching the sky. This was a shocking scene. Elder Z looked at the ancient god emperor with emotion. Then, he looked at the handsome young man below and smiled. His Majesty's ancient god emperor was becoming more and more clear. Hong. At the same time, a deafening sound rang out. However, Lin Ling was still sitting cross-legged. He did not move at all. Obviously, the sound came from Lin Ling's body. Pop. Pop. One after another, small worlds erupted furiously, reaching a total of more than 4 million. This allowed Lin Ling's strength to reach the power of 4 universes, and when he went all out, he could reach the power of 8 universes. Putting everything else aside, just his strength alone would allow him to forcefully resist the great rules without fear. As for innate talent, it had even reached yellow rank 10th grade. Of course, it was completely invisible on the surface, and this kind of innate talent could only be known after a battle. The advantage of a yellow rank 10th grade innate talent was that it could ignore the suppression of a large number of immortal physiques. Pop. Pop. At the same time, the space around Lin Ling started to flow like water. Along with Lin Ling's soul power, it allowed him to dominate everything around him. This was the 4th level of the godly demon Overlord body, overwhelming heaven and earth. This kind of space distortion did not rely on spiritual energy, but on the power of the physical body. It was a kind of space manipulation power formed by the continuous eruption of the small worlds in his body. Coupled with Lin Ling's soul power, he could detect even the smallest ripple in the void within 1,000 miles. Lin Ling's soul power could also do this in the past. However, it was only checking, not controlling. Now, it was controlling. Pop. Lin Ling stood up and took a light step forward. In the next instant, he was already 1,000 miles away. What a terrifying movement technique. And this was space distortion. Space distortion allowed Lin Ling to appear on the other side. Even when facing an attack or sneak attack, the distortion would still miss. Unless the attack was much stronger than Lin Ling's strength. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for successfully cultivating overwhelming heaven and earth. Old Z said excitedly, which made Lin Ling smile. He was a little excited. His strength, attack, and defense had always been strong. His only weakness was his speed. But now, this weakness had become his strongest advantage. If I can find the vermilion bird feather, my fire martial Dao will be greatly improved. Lin Ling said expectantly. Soon after, he fell into deep thought. Now that his strength had increased by leaps and bounds, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill a first heaven saint with his trump cards. As for the ancient flame devil and Wuxia king, they were of no use to him. Purple Elder, do you have a way to separate the ancient flame devil and Wuxia king from me? Lin Ling asked Purple Elder. He planned to leave the two demon gods to Qin Xiaolan and the others. Elder Z smiled and explained. With Lin Ling's current soul power, it was not difficult for him to separate the ancient flame devil and the Wuxia king. Lin Ling sighed with emotion. When he had obtained the ancient flame devil, Yen, in the ancient tomb had set up an array to commemorate it. It had taken him several years to succeed. But now, with his powerful soul power, he could easily separate them. Chapter 1376. A new trump card. Even Violet Elder was shocked. One had to know that soul force was much harder to raise than physical strength. Yet, Lin Ling's soul force had already reached the 59th level. This was too terrifying. Violet Elder, I found a human figure appearing in my soul sea, but it's a little blurry. Lin Ling calmed down after his initial shock. He could feel that his soul force had transformed. Your Majesty, I'm not too sure. In the star-picking nation, no one's soul force had reached the 59th level. Violet Elder was still in shock. Then let's test the power of this soul force. Lin Ling felt that the person in his soul sea was himself, and it was extremely condensed. Thus, he immediately went to challenge the Undying Fire King, and this time, it was a second-layer saint. As soon as they met, Lin Ling unleashed the soul sealing seal. The moment he unleashed the seal, a golden light shot out from Lin Ling's forehead, turning into a small figure. If one looked carefully, that figure had the outline of Lin Ling's body, and it struck out with a palm. Under this palm, the Undying Fire King was defeated, and its soul was almost shattered. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Ling also sucked in a breath of cold air. After the soul force fusion, it had actually become so terrifying. This kind of method was probably even more powerful than a heaven-grade martial art. However, after the soul sealing seal was used, the small golden soul figure somewhat dimmed. It flew back into Lin Ling's soul sea and slowly recovered. Perhaps this will become my new trump card. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. The soul force attack from before was too terrifying. It could easily kill a second-layer saint, and the Undying Fire King couldn't block it at all. This reminded Lin Ling of the soul martial art he had learned in the Heaven Mystics Nation, the Saber of Nirvana. Thinking of this, Lin Ling once again tried to comprehend the fusion of the Saber of Nirvana and the soul sealing seal, forming a new death dagger. This dagger was even more ferocious, and it could pierce through the soul and seal the soul. I've lost the ancient flame devil and the Wuxia king, but I've gained another trump card. I've benefited a lot from this training. After cultivating for a long time, Lin Ling finally stood up and assessed his strength. Right now, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill a second-level saint. More importantly, he was only at the 7th level of the Transcendent Realm. Violet Old was also shocked, but what surprised him the most was His Majesty's eyes. He knew that His Majesty's soul force had always been related to his eyes. Not only that, but His Majesty had many cards up his sleeves. Martial artists from the outside world had never practiced them before. This allowed His Majesty to easily jump realms to fight. Your Majesty, maybe when your soul force reaches the 100th level, your eyes will be able to see the hidden secrets. Old Z smiled and reminded Lin Ling, which made Lin Ling laugh. He was also looking forward to this. Then, let's go to the ghost realm now and come back 3 months later to see the human emperor. At that time, let's see if Hong Tiandi has the right to be arrogant. After leaving the ancient flame devil and the Wuxia king with his family and friends, Lin Ling had nothing to worry about. He could now explore the secret land of heaven and earth. The ghost realm was located in the east of Xianpeng province. If one went further north, they would arrive at the ice-snow continent. After that, they would arrive at the Grand Xianyuan domain. This time, Lin Ling was not in a hurry like last time. After talking with Gendosa, he knew that the ghost realm was full of dangers. Therefore, before he went, he wanted to gather some information. Thousand Fog City. A few days later, Lin Ling stood on top of a mountain and looked into the distance. Under the gray sky, several gray words appeared in the sky. Below them, there was a city. This city was obviously close to the ghost realm, so it was somewhat mysterious. However, Lin Ling could vaguely see a large number of martial artists entering and leaving the city. Last time, I took another shortcut, but the mountain was full of ghosts. Gendosa told me about this path. There are indeed many martial artists gathering here. Lin Ling wore a cloak and covered his head with the brim of his hat. Then, he slowly walked forward. Right now, he had many enemies. Ninely Divine Mother, Golden Armor King, and Hong Tiandi. Therefore, it was not wrong to be cautious. The Thousand Fog City was getting closer and closer. Looking at it, the city was very old. Moreover, the style of the buildings did not seem to be from Xianping province. Most importantly, the entire city was actually an ancient celestial army that could condense the yang qi of heaven and earth to resist foreign objects. Lin Ling was secretly amazed and followed the crowd into the city. In the ancient city, there were people from all walks of life. Other than Xianping province, there were also martial artists from Xianyuan and Xianhuang Daiyu. Their clothes were obviously different. Of course, because there were people from all walks of life, Lin Ling's cloak looked very ordinary. Lin Ling smiled and took off the brim of his hat. He guessed that there were not many people who knew him here. Along the way, the streets of the ancient city were filled with conversations. Kiki, I heard that someone found the remains of an ancient emperor in the ghost realm and obtained a powerful Saint Mark martial art. His strength soared. I've also heard of this news. Moreover, that person only walked around the ruins casually and did not dare to go deeper. However, he obtained such benefits. How enviable. It is said that Xianyuan, and many other strong alliances are planning to explore the remains of the ancient emperor. I heard that there is a reincarnation heart in the ancient emperor's tomb. It's just a rumor. You should know that the ghost realm has Gui Sha, Gui Fu Tianli, and Gui Jiang the great emperor. These martial arts ghosts and immortals will definitely die if they encounter them. Yeah, I heard that Xianping province has a super sect called the Thousand Era Ghost Sect. I wonder how it compares to Gui Sha and the others. Lin Ling walked like a passerby. However, his soul force was powerful and enveloped the entire street. He heard many people's words and filtered out the useless ones, leaving only the necessary information. He could not help but sigh with emotion. Gendosa's introduction was correct. At least before entering the ghost realm, he had some understanding of the ghost realm. Purple Elder, what's the difference between martial artists and ghosts and immortals who cultivate the ghost realm? Lin Ling asked curiously in his heart. Your Majesty, there is no essential difference between the two. They both want to become stronger. Martial artists who cultivate the ghost realm are still humans, but they are proficient in the ghost realm. On the other hand, ghosts and immortals who cultivate the ghost realm are still ghosts. It's just that their souls are stronger and have experienced thousands of years of resentment, so they can cultivate martial arts with humans. Purple Elder's voice came. Lin Ling nodded. To put it bluntly, the martial artists of the Thousand Era Ghost Sect were still humans, but the martial artists of the ghost realm were ghosts. Ghosts also cultivated? This world was really full of strange things. It seems like someone is spying on us. Is it the power of the Great Law? Yes. No, if it was the power of the Great Law, I would have already sensed it. It seems to be soul force. Impossible. What kind of soul force could be so powerful? Even if it was soul force spying on us, how could this old man not detect it? Yes. It can only be said that the other party's soul force is very powerful. It's just that they don't know how to use the soul, so their spying methods are a bit rough. Yes. At this moment, in the restaurants and inns, some people secretly said. These people's strength was obviously extremely powerful. Lin Ling also sensed the change and quickly withdrew his soul force. He walked casually on the street like an ordinary martial artist. Just as he withdrew his soul force, he sensed that someone appeared on the street and looked around. There were also eyes that occasionally swept over Lin Ling, but they quickly passed by him. Chapter 1377. Team up, there are so many experts here. That person's strength is comparable to Golden Armor King. Wow. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Thousand Fog City was the only ancient city before the Ghost Domain, so the martial artists gathered here were especially strong. Lin Ling had no choice but to be cautious. Moving forward again, a square appeared in front of them. In the square, a large number of martial artists were lingering there. Many of them had set up stalls, selling some mystical and rare treasures. Lin Ling also entered with curiosity. He discovered that there were many strange ores that exuded Yin energy. They must have been obtained from the Ghost Domain. In addition, there were also people selling ghosts. These ghosts did not have any martial arts, they were ordinary ghosts. Hee, this ghost is not bad. It's a little girl. She must have been very beautiful when she was alive. Just nice to take back and play with. Did you get this from the Yellow Springs Mountain? Since you dared to go to the Yellow Springs Mountain, your strength is not bad. Many people stared at the ghost and said. The ghost looked like a 15 or 16-year-old girl. At this moment, there was a talisman on her forehead. She was looking at the people around her with a face full of tears. It was that talisman that sealed her. And this little girl was a real ghost. Before she was about to enter the cycle of reincarnation, she was caught by a martial artist and brought out. She was not allowed to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Lin Ling's brows furrowed. These people were too much. Only 100 source stones. The martial artist who was selling the ghost laughed. He was very strong and had reached the 4th layer of the Saint Realm. And this little girl's ghost was somewhat ordinary, so the price was not high. It must be known that some martial artists who cultivated the evil path would devour ghosts to increase their cultivation. A powerful ghost would undoubtedly be of great help to them. 200 source stones, I'll buy it. Lin Ling walked forward and said indifferently. This young master is worthy of being called a rich man. Good, it's yours. The martial artist immediately laughed. Although Lin Ling was not strong, there were too many strong martial artists in Thousand Fog City. Who knew if Lin Ling was a descendant of that martial artist, so he did not neglect Lin Ling, and so did the others. Lin Ling indifferently nodded. He paid the source stones and took the ghost away. Woo-woo. At this moment, the ghost was trembling, floating and following Lin Ling, but Lin Ling said to her, Don't worry, after we leave here, I will release your soul-sealing talisman, but if I release it now, you will be caught by others, then no one can save you. The little girl was stunned as she looked at Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling realize that this little girl was quite cute and pure. Why did you save me? The little girl was puzzled. If you want to save him, then save him. Lin Ling said with a smile. Then, he sighed with emotion. A random ghost was sold for 200 vitality stones. Wouldn't the other treasures in the Ghost Domain be even more expensive? No wonder so many experts wanted to enter the Ghost Realm. It turned out that that was a good place to find money. The little girl stared at Lin Ling. Her illusory body trembled, and her beautiful eyes were moist. In her previous life, she was a very ordinary girl. Because her family was robbed, her entire family was killed, and she did not escape. She was almost humiliated, and in the end, she jumped off a cliff to her death. After death, she entered the ghost domain and was about to enter the cycle of reincarnation to prepare for a new life. However, suddenly, a powerful martial artist appeared and took her out again, making it difficult for her to reincarnate. And that martial artist had also told her that after she was brought out, she would either be swallowed up by the martial artist and disappear from the world forever, or she would be toyed with by the martial artist and be a slave for all eternity. However, at this critical moment, this handsome youth had bought her. She thought that this handsome youth was also toying with her, but who would have thought that he would release her? I am most afraid of girls crying. I promise you, once we enter the ghost domain, I will let you go, how about it? I believe you. The little girl immediately nodded. Thank you, big brother, my name is Xiao Yun. Lin Ling. Lin Ling straightforwardly laughed, and then said to Xiao Yun, there is a bamboo slip in my chest that stores souls. You can go in, there is an elder sister inside. She is also one of the souls, but her soul is broken. Thank you, big brother. Xiao Yun said gratefully. After Lin Ling tore the talisman on her forehead, she turned into green smoke and disappeared into the jade token on his neck. Lin Ling once again moved forward. To him, Xiao Yun was a passerby, and also a passerby that he could help. As he said, why should he save Xiao Yun? If he didn't like her, he would save her. Once again returning to the square, Lin Ling saw many rare treasures, but he didn't have the money to buy them. Not long after, in one direction of the square, a large number of people gathered there. Looking carefully, they actually formed a team to enter the ghost domain. Obviously, the ghost domain was full of danger, and a lone martial artist was even more dangerous, so they formed a team to advance. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. He wasn't familiar with the ghost domain, so it wasn't a bad idea to form a team with people he was familiar with. If he discovered something amiss midway, he could withdraw in time. He chose one of the teams. There were 3 people. The strongest was a 2nd-layer saint, the weakest was a 7th-layer transcendent, and the last was a 1st-layer saint. The reason Lin Ling chose this team was because the other teams were stronger, all of them were saints. If he joined them, the other party would be difficult to get along with, so Lin Ling chose to join the relatively ordinary team. You want to join us? Alone? When Lin Ling asked, the 3 people all frowned. Lin Ling's cultivation was too low, just enough to meet the requirement to enter the ghost domain, 7th-layer transcendent. No, we formed a team because we want to help each other when we're in danger, not because we want to be burdens. This trash, if we form a team with him, he'll get us killed sooner or later. Among the 3 people, a thin and weak young man said indifferently, causing Lin Ling to frown. Xia Lu, what nonsense are you spouting? One of the women, about 20 years old, reprimanded. Her cultivation was at the 7th-layer transcendent, but Lin Ling could feel that her strength wasn't weak. Your courage is not bad, wanting to enter the ghost domain alone. It's been a long time since I've met such an arrogant person. The other person had the highest cultivation. He was the woman's older brother, a tall and sturdy man with a thunderous voice. But, at home you rely on your parents, and when you go out you rely on your friends. In any case, our team won't be able to form any strong masters, so you should join us. Brother Jin Yuan. The thin young man called Xia Lu frowned. He was very dissatisfied. Xia Lu, it's already late. The possibility of forming a team with a strong master is very low. Moreover, don't you want to find your family? The longer you delay, the lower your chances of finding them. The tall and sturdy man frowned, apparently unhappy with the other party's arrogant attitude. Fine, but I'll say this first, after something happens, I won't protect this waste. Xia Lu nodded his head and left the square first. I'm sorry, brother, Xia Lu joined our team not long ago, and his temper is a little straightforward, so his words may have offended you, but he's not a bad person. The woman looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling smiled and nodded his head, then introduced himself. Lin Ling. I'm Jin Yuan, this is my sister, Jin Sha. After greeting each other, they didn't get to know each other in detail. After all, forming a team was only temporary, but Jin Yuan still mentioned the team's taboos. It was nothing more than not being able to betray and so on. Lin Ling could accept all of these. In the evening, the four of them sat down in an inn, wine and food were served, and they started eating and drinking. When Jin Yuan and his sister found out that it was Lin Ling's first time going to the ghost domain, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Going there for the first time, and by himself, they had to admit that Lin Ling's courage was indeed not small. Chapter 1378. Jin Yuan and sister. There were many guests around the inn, all talking about the ghost domain. When they talked about Yellow Springs Mountain, Bridge of Helplessness, and Reincarnation City, Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he secretly listened. He wanted to find the second dream, so he couldn't miss out on such news. Unfortunately, very few people had been to those places, as if they were forbidden to humans. Hee, there are quite a lot of people here. You guys over there, give up your seats and let Master Lu and us sit. At this moment, a few people entered the inn. They glanced around and then stared at Jin Yuan's table. Perhaps Jin Yuan's table had two transcendents, but they were too weak, so they wanted him to give up his seat. Pung! Xiao Lu suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Do you want to die? When he slammed the table, everyone in the inn looked over. Many people sneered, waiting to see a good show. Master Lu and the others came from Xianhuang Daiyu and had entered the ghost domain many times. They were experienced cultivators. That young man was so reckless and arrogant, who knew how he would deal with Master Lu's anger. Even Lin Ling shook his head, looking down on Xiao Lu because he was too easily angered. Xiao Lu, sit down. At this moment, Jin Yuan said to Xiao Lu, then looked at Master Lu and the others seriously. Sir, we came here first, and you want us to give up the seat as soon as you arrive. That's too rude, so I hope you won't take my brother's words to heart. Is this an apology? Master Lu and the others glanced at Lin Ling and the others contemptuously and laughed. They were all first-layer saints, so how could they put Jin Yuan and the others in their eyes? However, Lin Ling saw that most of Master Lu's group had saint physiques. Only two of them had immortal physiques, and they were only first grade. With such talent, even if they were saint realm cultivators, Lin Ling didn't put them in his eyes. If you want to apologize, sure, but this woman has to accompany us for a night, then we'll let bygones be bygones. This woman is quite beautiful, and the two lumps on her chest are quite big. Among Master Lu, one of the one-eyed men said lewdly. As his words fell, all the martial artists in the inn and restaurant began to laugh. Even Lin Ling took a peek. Indeed, Jin Sha's area was much bigger than Lu Susu's. Clang! Right at this moment, Jin Sha drew her sword and stood up. Pointing at the young man who spoke, she said, "Take back your words, or I'll cut off your arm." She wasn't shy at all. Instead, she was valiant and heroic. It was obvious that she had traveled the world often and was already used to this scene. Jin Yuan also stood up angrily. His eyes were ice cold. Someone dared to tease his sister? Lin Ling was still sitting there, drinking. However, his soul force had spread out in all directions. He could sense that Jin Sha's talent wasn't weak. She had an immortal body, and her body had the smell of an initial major law. Presumably, her extreme martial arts had reached the transcendent realm. This strength was not bad. However, the one-eyed youth didn't know that Jin Sha was stronger than him. He sneered, "You want to cut off my arm? Do you want me to show you the arm between my legs?" Haha. Everyone in the inn laughed even louder. Clang! Right at this moment, a sword light flashed like lightning. In the next moment, an arm fell to the ground. The one-eyed youth was stunned for a moment. Staring at the severed arm on the ground, he crazily shouted. That arm was his. His arm had been cut off by Jin Sha's sword. The inn also quieted down. They didn't expect Jin Sha's sword to be so fast. Lin Ling faintly smiled. That sword was at the peak of extreme martial arts. Moreover, the control of power was very good. When the sword slashed out, the surroundings weren't affected at all. However, the one-eyed youth's arm had been cut off. Lord Lu, kill them. Roar. The one-eyed youth held his arm and crazily roared. Lord Lu and the others had ice-cold expressions. They didn't expect Jin Sha to attack so quickly. Lord Lu took a step forward and released his heavenly martial arts. He slapped out, causing the inn to rumble and almost shatter. This was because he controlled his power and didn't leak out. If his power leaked out, the surroundings would have been flattened. You dare touch my people? Die. Die. You dare touch my sister. Clang. At the same time, Jin Yuan also made his move. He pointed out a finger. It was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. That finger made Lin Ling's pupils constrict. He knew that although that finger didn't seem to be very powerful, all the power was suppressed within. It was also a heavenly martial arts. However, Lin Ling guessed that compared to his 100 forbidden great flame dragon, Jin Yuan's martial arts realm was still a bit weaker. Rumble. The fist and finger collided, and astral winds rushed out from all directions. Lin Ling didn't think that the finger was very powerful, but the others felt that it was very terrifying. Everyone stop. Private fights in Thousand Fog City will be killed without mercy. Clang. Just as the two were about to clash, an expert's cold shout rang out, causing the inn to instantly quiet down. This inn was opened in Thousand Fog City, a place where dragons and snakes mixed together. Naturally, there was an expert behind them. As expected, after the expert appeared, Lord Lu's face turned ugly. His wrinkled face sneered, and he left with the others. Mountains and rivers will meet again. Don't let me meet you. Clang. I'll return those words to you. Haha. Jin Yuan smiled indifferently, then sat back down. The expert shook his head helplessly. I'm sorry, guests. Our inn will not charge you for your meal. It's fine. We're going out to gain experience. This kind of thing is unavoidable. Jin Yuan didn't dare to neglect the other party and said with a smile. Good. If you have any problems in the inn, don't hesitate to look for me. Haha. The expert was an old man. After bowing, he also left. However, the moment he left, he glanced indifferently at Lin Ling previously. He had an illusion that if Jin Yuan couldn't stop Lord Lu, the young man would draw his sword. That feeling was very strange. It was as if the young man was sitting there like a sword that was sealed in dust. When he didn't draw his sword, he was as calm as the wind. But when he drew his sword, the wind and clouds would surge. He's just a transcendent. Judging from his talent, it seems that he only has an earth-grade saint body. He shouldn't be that powerful. Haha. The old man shook his head and left, talking to himself. Maybe it was an illusion. Everyone in the inn looked deeply at Jin Yuan and his sister. They knew that these two weren't weak. The older brother was powerful, and the younger sister could also fight across realms. Next, the four of them ate and drank casually. When night fell, they left one after another. Did I scare you before? Jin Sha followed Lin Ling to the inn's room and said on the way. She saw Lin Ling's handsome face without any sharpness or murderous intent. Coupled with Lin Ling's silence before, she thought that Lin Ling was scared. I wasn't scared. I was just surprised by the strength of your martial arts. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Huh, that's an excuse. You must have been scared. But you're right. We brother and sister are very powerful. Don't think that I'm a transcendent. As long as an ordinary Saint Realm expert has a saint body inferior to mine, I can kill him with a single sword strike. My brother is even more powerful. His heavenly martial art has almost reached the minor accomplishment realm. Jean Shaw said with a smile. She didn't know why, but she liked Lin Ling's calm appearance very much. It gave people a very comfortable feeling. Lin Ling nodded. It's indeed very powerful. Heavenly martial arts are very difficult to comprehend. It's very rare to reach the minor accomplishment realm. Chapter 1379. Returning to the gates of hell, you don't need to belittle yourself. In the future, you will also reach this realm. Brother Lin Ling, I have high hopes for you. Gold Ingot smiled modestly. He then asked, however, since we're in a team now, we need to be more familiar with each other's strength. We've already told you about our strength before, so if I may ask, what level is Brother Lin Ling's talent? He was afraid of hurting Lin Ling's confidence, so he smiled and said, talent doesn't mean everything. Even if your talent is low, you can still make up for it with strong martial arts. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. The other party didn't hide his strength, so he shouldn't hide it either. He smiled and said, hee, I used to be yellow rank 5th grade, so I should have improved by now. Jin Yuan and his sister were astonished and couldn't help but laugh. They didn't expect that Lin Ling, who looked honest, would also lie. They always thought that Lin Ling had a heaven-grade saint body, but in the end, Lin Ling boasted that he had a yellow rank 5th grade immortal body. Are you going to say that you have already learned a heavenly pattern martial art and reached the small success stage? Xia Lu laughed in disdain, but he didn't even look at Lin Ling. He was extremely arrogant. Indeed. Lin Ling said straightforwardly. Haha. Jin Yuan and his sister laughed even louder, making Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. He was telling the truth, but he didn't expect that they wouldn't believe him. Everyone quickly settled down in the inn. Tomorrow, they would set off for the ghost domain. That night, Lin Ling sat cross-legged in his room as he recalled the events of the day. He smiled faintly. The most basic requirement to enter the ghost domain was to be a transcendent 7th stage cultivator. No wonder there weren't any weaklings gathered here. The next day, Lin Ling's group of 4 set off early, heading for the gates of hell. Jin Yuan and his brother were experienced, so it was much easier for them to lead the way. The road over there leads to the gates of hell. There are many ghosts on the way. Lin Ling could not help but sigh as he followed Jin Yuan and pointed in a direction among the distant mountains. How could a person walk that path? Lin Ling, I find that you like to brag. Jean Shaw couldn't help curling her lips. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He wasn't bragging. The last time he took this path, there were too many ghosts and zombies to count. It took him a long time to kill them all. A day later, a dark and gloomy palace appeared in front of them. The 4 of them had finally arrived at the ghost gate. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. It was still the same palace, but the entrance was different. At this moment, outside the palace, there were more people entering than the other entrance of the palace. No one below Transcendence 7th stage is allowed to enter the ghost domain. Outside the palace, the appearance of 3 ancient experts made many people feel reverence. They knew that these 3 people's strength was exceedingly high. They guarded the passageway, and no one in the 3 regions of the mortal world dared to not give them face. Everyone greeted them respectfully and entered the palace one after another. In fact, even without the 3 ancient experts' reminder, they knew that even if a Transcendent 7th stage expert entered the ghost domain, it would still be dangerous. It's him, the little guy who came from the other path last time. It's indeed him. He has reached Transcendent 7th stage and is a triple cultivator. His strength is probably comparable to a 2nd stage saint. The 3 ancient experts stared at the cultivators approaching the palace and then at Lin Ling in the distance. They started chatting with each other. Although they were guarding the passageway, they would also pay attention to talented juniors. Therefore, when Lin Ling arrived, they immediately remembered him. Greetings to the 3 seniors. Lin Ling also sensed their gazes. Therefore, before entering the palace, he bowed respectfully. Hee, not bad. You managed to raise your cultivation in less than a year. Very good. Among the three, an old woman praised, go on in. I hope this trip will be able to temper your martial path. Thank you, seniors. Lin Ling followed Jin Yuan and his sister into the palace. The three ancient experts looked at each other and laughed. Although the ghost domain was dangerous, it was also a place to temper oneself. If one could survive in the face of death, one's future would be limitless. Inside the palace, it was eerie and cold. There were a large number of strange statues around, making one feel as if they had entered a ghost palace. Moreover, it was silent and gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. Jin Yuan and his brother led Lin Ling forward. It wasn't their first time here, so they were familiar with the place. However, Lin Ling was extremely surprised. Xia Lu laughed disdainfully and muttered in his heart, as expected, he's an ignorant piece of trash. Lin Ling, do you know the three great elders? I heard that their strength is extremely famous in the mortal realm. Jin Sha recalled the previous incident and asked curiously. How could he possibly know them? He must have overestimated himself and wanted to enter the ghost domain last time because his strength didn't meet the requirements. He was chased out by the three great elders, so the three great elders know him. Before Lin Ling could say anything, Xia Lu said disdainfully. Lin Ling was only a transcendent 7th stage expert, so he didn't put him in his eyes. Most importantly, Lin Ling's strength was weak, but he didn't realize it. Along the way, he had a carefree attitude and didn't flatter him at all. This made him very unhappy. Xia Lu, how can you look at Lin Ling like that? We are teammates now. Jin Sha said unfairly for Lin Ling. What a good teammate. I suspect that when danger appears, he will be the first to run. Humph, Xia Lu coldly snorted, causing Lin Ling's eyes to turn cold. He glanced at Jin Yuan and saw him shaking his head. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered with him anymore. Since you are so confident, then when danger appears, I want to see if you will be the first to rush forward. Go. Lin Ling left these words and continued walking. Jin Sha glanced at Xia Lu and coldly snorted, we are members of a team, we should trust each other. Xia Lu, if you continue to be so self-righteous, don't blame us for kicking you out of the team. Go. Jin Sha chased after Lin Ling. Jin Yuan frowned but didn't say anything. He wasn't as direct as Jin Sha. He knew that Xia Lu's status wasn't low. He was a disciple of the great Xianyuan region's Xia family. This time, he came to the ghost domain to look for the Xia family. Let's go. Go. Jin Yuan indifferently said and also chased after Lin Ling. Bastard, you are only a transcendent 7th stage expert, what qualifications do you have to talk about me? Go. Xia Lu's face turned ashen. Trash like Lin Ling was simply a servant in his Xia family. No one would object no matter how many he killed. However, here, Lin Ling actually dared to talk back to him. He simply couldn't see himself clearly. Wait until I find the Xia family, I will definitely kill you. Go. Xia Lu temporarily endured. He still needed to borrow Jin Yuan and his sister's strength. After all, he couldn't walk through the ghost domain alone. When Lin Ling reached the center of the palace, a black vortex began to appear. It had a radius of several hundred meters and was mighty and awe-inspiring. An endless stream of ghost energy spread out in layers. This is the passageway. Yes. Lin Ling frowned as he stared at the mysterious vortex. According to Taoist Yuan, this passage was sealed. Powerful ghosts and deities could not enter and exit. Only weak ghosts and deities could enter. Otherwise, there would be countless ghosts and deities in the human world. Yes, the ghost domain is inside. Yes. Jin Yuan appeared beside Lin Ling and said with a serious expression. Even though he had entered the ghost domain many times, he was still afraid of it. Chapter 1380. Intercept and kill, that's right. Only those with an immortal body have enough strength to travel in there. If a saint body enters, unless their cultivation is very high, they will most likely die. After that, the four of them stepped into the vortex one after another. Rumble. It was as if he had entered the cycle of reincarnation. An indescribable feeling arose in Lin Ling's heart. Faintly, he could see the cycle of reincarnation, and he could see his past and present lives. Unfortunately, this feeling quickly disappeared. When he reappeared, Lin Ling was already in a vast expanse of land. Here, there were mountains and precipitous ridges. Gray was the only color. Moreover, he couldn't sense any living creatures. Instead, he could hear the occasional wailing of ghosts. Looking up at the sky, the ghostly aura was extremely condensed, as though the sun of the moon had descended. At the same time, there was a huge vortex hanging in the sky, as though it wanted to devour the world. Lin Ling could also see a large number of ghosts flying out of the vortex, and a large number of ghosts being sucked into the vortex. So many ghosts. Lin Ling sucked in a cold breath. You can see the whirlpool of heaven and earth? How is this possible? You should know that this is the 6 paths of reincarnation, one of the most mysterious forces in the world. The souls of those who die are sucked into the whirlpool, and the souls of those who enter the cycle of reincarnation are also sucked into the whirlpool. Jean Shah sucked in a cold breath. She had heard of the legend of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and some people had seen it, but she didn't expect Lin Ling to see it. It was said that those who could see the 6 paths of reincarnation were all innately powerful experts. Lin Ling smiled and didn't explain much. This made Jean Shah curl her lips helplessly, thinking that Lin Ling was bragging again. Lower your voice. This is the ghost region. Do you want to attract countless ghost fiends, soul-reaping envoys, and even ghost emperors and ghost venerables? Xia Lu said in dissatisfaction because he was ignored again. Let's be on our way. This time, we'll be collecting limbo flowers and yellow spring stones. These are popular items in all the major markets. Jin Yuan waved his hand and let the 3 of them go. Yellow Springs Stone. Does it have to be near Yellow Springs Mountain? Lin Ling's heart pounded. Only by approaching Yellow Springs Mountain would he be able to find the soul of the second dream. That's impossible. We can only travel around the periphery of the ghost domain. It's impossible for us to get close to the center of the ghost domain. After all, anyone who goes there will die without a doubt. There was once a 5th layer saint who went there, but his soul was also taken away. Jin Yuan said in a low voice. Lin Ling stepped on the lonely ground with a heavy heart. It seemed that he would have to part ways with Jin Yuan and the others. After all, he was going to the Yellow Springs Mountain. That's right. Most of the disciples of the major sects and dynasties walk around the periphery. If they want to get close to the center, they need more experts to form a team. Jean Shah also said. The 4 of them continued to move forward. Along the way, ghosts of the netherworld appeared, but they were all killed by Jean Shah's sword. These ghosts were devils. After devouring a large number of ghosts, they already had the possibility of transforming into evil ghosts. And once they transformed into evil ghosts, they would be terrifying. The ghosts of the netherworld were also divided into different ranks, depending on the color of their eyes. There were black, white, and red. Among them, red ghosts were the most difficult to deal with. Lin Ling listened from time to time. These were the taboos of the ghost domain. If not for Jin Yuan and his sister's reminder, he wouldn't have known. While the 4 of them were moving forward, on top of a distant hill, a large number of people had gathered. Looking carefully, they were actually the experts of the 3 mysterious realms. The strongest among them was a 2nd layer saint. Moreover, none of them was a 7th layer transcendent. In the 3 mysterious realms of the mortal world, each one of them was a sect leader of a super sect. This ghost domain is full of dangers, but it's also a place to find money. A one-armed man among them said. His right hand was like a demon king's claw, wriggling slightly. In his palm, there was a ghost of the netherworld. Then, he clenched his fist, and the ghost let out an ear-piercing screech before turning into green smoke and disappearing. I heard that many people are looking for the ancient tomb. I wonder if we can get a share of the loot. A sanctimonious middle-aged man said indifferently. Sect leader of the 3 Yuan Golden Dipper sect, even if you find the forbidden land, are you qualified to share? The one-armed man said disdainfully. He knew that in the ghost domain, there were many experts of the 3 mysterious realms. He continued, not to mention others, just from what I know, the ghost domain has your Xianping province's Thousand-Era Ghost Sect, Western Sea's Dragon Qilan Palace, and Sky Dragon Temple. These experts are more powerful than your 3 Yuan Golden Dipper sect, not to mention the other experts of the 3 Yuan Golden Dipper sect. Hearing this, the middle-aged man fell silent. Indeed, in the face of such experts, he was not qualified to touch the treasures. Great Senior Crescent Moon, I've found 4 cultivators, and they're currently heading this way. At this time, a cultivator walked over and reported happily. The one-armed man's eyes were filled with joy. Are they disciples of big sects? These disciples have always been rich. They came to the ghost domain to gain experience, so they must have a lot of treasures on them. I can't tell, but they're very young. The cultivator laughed. The ghost domain is a chaotic place, and there are people from all walks of life. With the ghost domain's great senior, it's normal for a few people to die. The sects behind them won't know. Kill them. The one-armed man stood up. Right at this moment, a man who was around the age of 40 by his side stared into the distance, and he suddenly spoke with pleasant surprise. Supreme Senior, those fellows severed Luo Jie's arm in Thousand Mist City. You must uphold justice for me. Moreover, there's a woman amongst them who has a really good figure. Lord Lu, you're also one of the experts of the Shenyuan realm. Who knew that you'd be so useless and humiliated by a few juniors? Fine, I'll uphold justice for you today. The one-armed man took a big step and led the group down the hill. The sect leader of the 3 Elements Golden Dipper sect frowned. Just as he was about to speak, the one-armed man's voice sounded, Sect leader, since you're in our team, you naturally have to follow our rules. If you don't like it, you can leave on your own. However, if you're alone in the ghost domain, you'll die faster. It's not that I don't like it, but I'm afraid that they have a powerful background. The sect leader laughed. With me here, there's nothing to fear. At this moment, Lin Ling and the other 3 were still moving forward. However, at this moment, Lin Ling frowned. He sensed a huge aura surging towards them. Immediately, he whispered, danger is approaching. Is it a large number of evil spirits? Jin Yuan's face turned serious, but Lin Ling shook his head, it's humans. Oh no. Jin Yuan and his sister's faces changed. They knew that in the ghost domain, because of all walks of life, teams often killed each other. Moreover, no one would know if they died. There were only 4 of them. If they encountered a powerful team, they would be in danger. Leave immediately. Xia Lu was more nervous than anyone else. He shouted anxiously. Good reaction. Unfortunately, it's too late. However, just as the 4 of them moved, the wind and clouds surged in all directions. Murderous auras surged. More than a dozen figures surrounded the 4 of them. Chapter 1381. Great Master Crescent Moon, Your Excellency, we're from the Jin dynasty of Xianhuang Dayu. Please give us some face so that we can talk in the future. Jin Yuan was indeed very experienced. He immediately brought out his backer. Are you stupid? In the Ghost region, even if you're from the 7 emperors of Xianping province, Xianhuang Dayu's Champion University, or Xuanyuan Celestial Foundation cultivators, you still have to die. The one-armed man indifferently said. His arms were extremely long, almost touching the ground. Moreover, they were as thick as a demon, and his 5 fingers were like crescent moons. Hee, you were so arrogant yesterday. Why are you begging for mercy today? Hee. As soon as Great Master Crescent Moon finished speaking, Master Lu came out with the man whose arm had been cut off by Jin Sha. When Jin Yuan and his sister saw those 2 people, they knew that things were going to be difficult to solve. Do you regret it? You didn't kill me yesterday. Today, you're going to die in my hands. You'll beg for mercy, little slut, said the one-armed man with an evil smile. The others also smiled coldly. You're a despicable and treacherous person. If you have the ability, let's fight one-on-one. Hee, shouted Jin Sha. She also unsheathed her sword. You're so fierce. Just like those 2 lumps on your body. Good breasts. But you won't be able to be fierce anymore. You'll only be able to moan happily. Master Lu also let out a sinister laugh. Bastard, I'll kill you. Hee. Jin Sha took a step forward. She couldn't suppress her murderous intent. However, Lin Ling quickly pulled her back and said indifferently, Don't be angry because of some scum. Hee. Hearing that, Jin Sha looked at Lin Ling. She discovered that Lin Ling's expression was extremely calm. Unknowingly, the anger in her heart also calmed down. Wait, I'm Xia Lu from the Xia clan of the Shenyuan Great Region. Senior, please spare my life. I don't want to team up with them anymore. Hee. At this moment, Xia Lu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly shouted anxiously, startling everyone. It should be known that after entering the ghost domain, although there was no friendship between each other, due to the team's rules and taboos, no one had ever betrayed their teammates. Moreover, this rule was maintained even after leaving the ghost domain. But now, that young man was actually begging for mercy and betraying the team. This was extremely rare for a team to enter the ghost domain. Brat, you're very interesting. I'm the first one to see you betray your team. If everyone who enters the ghost domain is like you, then there's no need to form a team. Grand Monarch Crescent Moon laughed. As long as I can live, I will do anything. Xia Lu knelt down and kowtowed as if he was pounding garlic. In order to survive, he didn't care so much. Very well, if you want to live, then you have to kill them. Grand Monarch Crescent Moon said with a mocking smile. Team members killing each other, this is a pretty good situation. No problem. Senior, are you interested in that woman? Good taste. That woman's figure is hot and will definitely satisfy Senior. Xia Lu immediately laughed and looked at Jin Yuan and his sister with eyes full of hostility. Xia Lu, are you still human? Staring at Xia Lu's changing face, Jin Yuan couldn't help but roar. This Xia Lu is really shameless. Just a moment ago, he said that if Lin Ling encountered danger, he would definitely be the first to run. Who would have thought that Xia Lu would be the first to run? Moreover, not only did he run, but he also didn't hesitate to turn the spearhead and attack them. I've seen ugly people, but I've never seen someone as ugly as you. You think you have the right to talk about me before? Lin Ling also sneered. This was the first time he had encountered the team's rules, but since there were rules, he would still abide by them. That was why he didn't care how arrogant Xia Lu was before, because he didn't want to affect the team's unity. But now, it seemed that he didn't need to fear anything. Humph, a dead man has no right to speak. Yes, I am ugly, but after leaving here, I will become respected again. I will still be a genius. Who will know that I betrayed my own people? Xia Lu sneered again and again, not ashamed, but proud. He gloated and said, Lin Ling, let me tell you, you will definitely die at my hands later. The surrounding people also sneered. What a pitiful team. They had trusted the wrong person, and now their team of 4 had become 3 people, while their own side had gained a helper. Kill the man, and capture the woman alive. Kill. Grand Sovereign Crescent Moon didn't want to waste time talking nonsense. He waved his hand, and everyone walked forward step by step. Their killing intent was so strong that it even dispersed the surrounding ghost chi. Lin Ling, if you have a chance, run immediately. Although the team doesn't allow private escape, we don't have any chance now. Jin Yuan said anxiously, his face grave. That's right, Lin Ling. I am the one who caused this. After leaving here, go to the Jin family's imperial court in Xianhuang Daiyu and tell them who killed us. However, Lin Ling didn't move. He slowly pulled out the sword on his back. Why are you still here? Thank you. Jin Yuan and his sister were immediately moved. Lin Ling was the weakest among them, but he still fought side by side. They didn't make a wrong friend. However, even though they were moved, they wanted Lin Ling to leave even more. Lin Ling was a true friend, and they didn't want Lin Ling to die here. They want to run. Capture the woman first. Go. How could Xia Lu not know about Jin Yuan and his sister's whispers? He immediately warned them, causing their eyes to fill with anger. What a hateful Xia Lu. Okay, let's capture the woman first, and then slowly kill the man. Go. Boom. The closest cultivator exploded with a majestic aura. He was a first-layer saint, and his saint seed descended. Heavenly pattern martial arts formed a great law, and he grabbed at Jin Sha like a hand covering the sky. Hurry up. You guys have to finish the battle in an incense stick's time. After all, this is the ghost realm. If you make too much noise, it will be troublesome if you attract the ghost fiends. Go. Great Venerable Crescent Moon took the remaining people and left first. Obviously, there were only 3 people left, and 2 of them were in the Transcendence realm. Such a team wasn't worth his time. At this moment, the sect master of 3 elements Golden Dipper sect also left. However, he stared at Lin Ling and frowned slightly. That person seemed very familiar. Then, he didn't think much and strode away. Jin Sha, be careful. Brother. At this moment, Jin Yuan's face was full of anxiety and anger when he saw the expert rushing over. However, at this moment, 2 Saint Realm experts on the other side entangled him, so he couldn't get away to help. Jin Sha's beautiful eyes narrowed. The opponent was very strong. His immortal body wasn't weaker than hers, and his cultivation was also higher than hers. She was no match for him at all. However, when the crisis approached, she looked to the side and said, Lin Ling, hurry up and leave. Why are you still standing there? Brother. Lin Ling didn't plan to leave at all. How could he leave when the others were showing killing intent? He slowly raised his sword and muttered to himself, why should I leave? Yes. Jin Sha was stunned and couldn't say anything. Lin Ling was so stupid. Not only did he not leave, he even asked why he should leave. Yes, why should I leave? Yes. The big hand of the expert in the distance was already in sight, and he sneered again and again. Almost as the big hand was about to grab Jin Sha, Lin Ling finally drew his sword. The sword came from the west, and the power of 8 universes erupted. It was unstoppable. Kacha. Chapter 1382. You want to leave just like that? As for the expert who attacked, his expression changed drastically as he shouted, who attacked me? Kill. He was already not far from Jin Sha, but he didn't know who was so powerful to break his heavenly pattern martial art with a single slash. Not only did I attack you, I'll kill you. Kill. However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out. That expert finally saw who made a move. It was none other than the handsome young man at the 7th level of the Transcendent Realm. However, this was the last time he would see that young man in his life. Because in the next instant, that young man slashed out with his sword, the sword light was extremely dazzling. Boom! It exploded. That expert's body wasn't cut in half, but exploded, blood raining down. The surroundings were silent. They had seen it before, but exploding? What kind of power could cause one to explode? Endless blood rained down. Lin Ling slowly walked out from the middle, a dazzling sword bathed in the blood rain, making him look like a god of slaughter. You killed Reverend Dang? Kill. The others stopped what they were doing and stared at Lin Ling. Then, they cried out in surprise. Their faces were full of anger and murderous intent. Not only did I kill him, I'll kill you all. Kill. A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. His figure became strange and distorted the space. Then, he appeared behind a strong cultivator and slashed out with his sword. Boom. That expert didn't even have time to react. He also didn't expect that Lin Ling, who was in the transcendent realm, would have the great law of space, so he exploded with a single slash. Bastard, the great law of 1,000 miles of dust. Kill. One of the elders shouted angrily. His body exploded, releasing his heavenly pattern martial art, forming a vast world of dust. 100 Forbidden Great Flame Dragon. Kill. Lin Ling still took a step forward, distorting space, intersecting with illusions. Lin Ling's body appeared in front of another expert. The power of 8 universes slashed out with a domineering might. Meanwhile, in his left hand, a furious dragon roared, ruthlessly smashing out towards the other old man. Rumble. The moment this dragon appeared, destruction and madness erupted. Everywhere it passed, there was the great law of fire, the great law of taboo explosion. That feeling was like a flame dragon drawing runes in the sky, and within the runes, the great law crushed everything. Pop. 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 The flame dragon engulfed that elder, burning the world of dust. Even the dust that was hard to see with the naked eye was burned to death. That expert was burned alive, and before he died, he let out a terrified voice, heavenly pattern. Kill. This voice caused the earth was deathly silent. Jean Shah stroked her red lips, her heart pounding. She had previously asked Lin Ling about his strength. At that time, Lin Ling had said that he had a heavenly pattern martial art, but Jean Shah hadn't believed him at all. She had thought that Lin Ling was lying, but now, the facts had proven everything. Most importantly, she had thought that Lin Ling had delicate features and should not have gone out to train. Perhaps he would faint at the sight of blood. However, who knew that the moment Lin Ling drew his sword, his killing intent would be so decisive and the destructive aura would be so domineering. He was like a completely different person when he drew his sword. Kill. Kill. A raging murderous intent spread across the ground, and with each sword strike, a Saint Realm Master would die. At this moment, Lin Ling did not hold back at all. These people reminded him of the people who had captured Xiao Yun's ghost alive. They were so ugly, and they had used the ghost domain to slaughter cultivators for life experience. Lin Ling had no choice but to kill them. Lin Ling, although not a saint, was magnanimous. If he didn't like them, he would kill them. In just a few breaths, those who stayed were all dead. Jin Yuan and his sister were dumbfounded. They couldn't understand. Lin Ling was only at the transcendent realm, but he killed saints like killing dogs. This was too heaven-defying. How could they know that before Lin Ling reached the 4th layer of the fiend god Overlord body, he didn't fear saints at the 1st layer? And after reaching it, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Currently, with a yellow-grayed immortal body and an ancient god emperor, who could stop him? Put on. Xia Lu looked at the scene in front of him in a daze, and he fell to the ground in fright. You want to leave just like that? Go. However, while Jin Yuan and the others were still in shock, Lin Ling's cold voice rumbled like thunder. A terrifying thought rose in the hearts of Jin Yuan and his sister. Lin Ling didn't want to let Grand Venerable Crescent Moon and the other experts off. At this moment, Grand Venerable Crescent and the others were still moving forward. When they heard the voice, their bodies trembled. When they turned around, their faces were gloomy. Their people had failed? Lin Ling, you're crazy. After killing them, you should have run away immediately. How could you lead them here? Xia Lu shouted. Xia Lu went blank for a moment before shouting anxiously. He was afraid that Grand Monarch Crescent Moon would vent his anger on him. You don't have the right to speak. Xia Lu shouted. Lin Ling glanced at him with a cold smile, and a sharp sword slashed out, cutting off Xia Lu's legs. He said coldly, "Those who kill should be killed." Xia Lu shouted. How can he be so arrogant? Xia Lu shouted. The two lumps on Jin Sha's chest jumped violently. Of course she knew to stop killing by killing, but how strong was that? After all, the other party was a second-layer Saint Realm expert. You killed my people. Kill. While Jin Yuan and his sister were still in shock, Grand Venerable Crescent and the others arrived in anger. When they swept their eyes over the ground, their faces became solemn. Their people were all dead. Moreover, they also saw that it wasn't Jin Yuan who had attacked, but the Transcendent Realm young man they didn't think highly of. Obviously, they had underestimated this young man. He was definitely a rare genius among the three mysterious realms of the mortal world. They wanted to kill me. Should I not kill them? Kill. Lin Ling sneered and pointed his sword at Grand Venerable Crescent Moon. Everything was just like his life principle. He would treat others the same way they treated him. So, now that he had drawn his sword, how could he not taste blood? Good, good, good. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be able to kill people of a higher realm as a transcendent. Your immortal body must be at the 5th grade of the yellow grade, and you also have a heavenly rune martial art at the initial success stage. However, you were too reckless. After killing my people, you should have fled immediately instead of informing me. Kill. Grand Venerable Crescent was so angry that he laughed. It was undeniable that Lin Ling was very strong, but did he really think he could kill him? Moreover, they had 10 First Heaven Saints. Such a force couldn't be underestimated even among the three mysterious realms of the mortal world. You are Lin Ling? At this moment, the sect master of the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect looked at Lin Ling carefully. Then, he confirmed that Lin Ling looked familiar. He shouted angrily, "Lin Ling, you are messing around. Grand Venerable Crescent is a top expert of the Great Shenyuan realm. You didn't kill Heavenly Venerable Su Xing. Put down your sword, kneel down, and beg for mercy. Maybe you can leave your corpse intact." Then, he looked at Grand Venerable Crescent and said, "Grand Venerable, this boy is from Xianping Province. He is currently on the recommendation list. However, he doesn't have any of the 7 emperors behind him, so you don't have to worry." He had joined Grand Venerable Crescent's team but hadn't made any achievements. Now that he knew Lin Ling, he could make a contribution. "Why aren't you putting down your sword?" "Lin Ling, I am the sect master of the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect." Chapter 1383. Fall, Three Elements Golden Dipper Sect. In the past, an elder from your sect joined forces with Emperor Su Xing to kill me. I haven't even taken revenge yet, but today you're joining forces with outsiders to kill me. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He hadn't expected to meet someone from Xianping Province. You're stubborn. This isn't Xianping Province. You don't have Lady Shui Wu behind you. The sect master shouted angrily again. It was as if Lin Ling was a disciple of his sect and offended a guest in his heart. He was extremely angry. A dignified cultivator from Xianping Province actually flatters someone else. Three Elements Golden Dipper sect, shame on you. Lin Ling sneered. He sighed in his heart. The Three Elements Golden Dipper sect was one of the strongest sects in Xianping Province, but in the Ghost Realm, this so-called sect master didn't dare to be arrogant. Instead, he lowered his head and became someone else's subordinate. You're hopeless. Great Senior Crescent Moon, kill him. The sect master's face instantly turned ugly. Lin Ling actually said that he was flattering him. You're only relying on this one-armed man. If he dies, then what right do you have to be so confident? Lin Ling's killing intent grew stronger. Whether it was the old enmity or today's new grudge, he had to kill this sect master without a doubt. You mean, you want to kill me? Great Senior Crescent Moon knew what Lin Ling meant and couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling's talent wasn't weak, but he wasn't weak either. Lin Ling had a heavenly martial art, but so did he. Moreover, his realm was much higher than Lin Ling's. How could Lin Ling be confident in killing him? He felt that this was the biggest joke in the world. Were all these monstrous geniuses unable to see through themselves? You're just a transcendent. It's already amazing that you can kill a first heaven saint. Do you think you can kill a second heaven saint? The other masters also felt that this was a joke. Jin Yuan and his sister's faces also turned pale. Lin Ling couldn't fight someone 2 realms higher. It was completely impossible. Saber of Nirvana. Lin Ling didn't say any nonsense. His surging soul force turned into an invisible blade and attacked Great Senior Crescent Moon. Great Senior Crescent Moon was indeed very powerful, but Lin Ling wanted to see if his soul force was as strong as Great Senior Crescent Moon's. As soon as the Saber of Nirvana appeared, the heavens and earth changed color. The golden saber stirred up the winds and clouds, and the entire ghost domain howled as if they had met their natural enemy. However, besides the souls of the ghost domain, ordinary people simply couldn't sense the terrifying soul fluctuations. Kill. Kill. Show us how. Everyone was still laughing at Lin Ling for overestimating himself. They couldn't sense the terrifying soul fluctuations at all. Only Grand Monarch Crescent Moon's expression froze. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He had assessed Lin Ling's strength, so he knew that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to defeat him. However, he hadn't expected that this mysterious young man would be hiding something that he didn't know about. You want to kill me? In your dreams. Crescent Moon Lightsaber. Grand Monarch Crescent Moon's body glowed with a strange light, making him look like an old demon under the moon. His arms grew longer, and his fingers were like crescent moons. Each of his fingers seemed to contain the domineering laws of heaven and earth. Great Senior Crescent Moon, what are you doing? Everyone was stunned. They didn't understand why Great Senior Crescent Moon suddenly erupted with such a terrifying power. What was he guarding against? Die. At this moment, Lin Ling snorted and his eyes turned even colder. The saber of Nirvana broke through the air. The sharp blade didn't seem to be cutting flesh, but the void and the enemy's soul force. Oh no. Great Senior Crescent Moon's face turned pale. He realized that his powerful great principles were useless. The fatal attack was still coming. It ignored the great principles and went straight for the soul. Save me. It was the first time in his life that Great Senior Crescent Moon felt so close to death. He shouted anxiously because he couldn't defend against this power. He didn't know where to start. Great Senior Crescent Moon. The eyes of the experts trembled violently. They didn't sense any spiritual chi attack, but Great Senior Crescent Moon was shouting for help. This was completely different from his dominating aura from before. Too late. The corner of Lin Ling's mouth twitched as he spat out 2 words. Crack. At the same time, the saber of Nirvana pierced through Great Senior Crescent Moon's body like a cicada's wing, sealed his soul, and then pierced through. Bang! The soul of a second-level Saint Realm cultivator had been completely annihilated. Lin Ling's face was a bit tired. His saber of Nirvana had suppressed all of his soul force, and in addition to the soul sealing mark, it was extremely sharp. But after using it, his soul force had been greatly exhausted. What's wrong, Great Senior Crescent Moon? In the open space, the experts looked at Great Senior Crescent Moon and swallowed. Even now, they still didn't know what had happened. Great Senior Crescent Moon stood motionless on the ground, as if he had fallen asleep. Then, under everyone's horrified gaze, he fell on his back. The sound of his body hitting the ground made everyone's heart tremble violently. Dead. Their captain, a second-level saint, had died just like that. Moreover, his death was extremely strange. They didn't even know how he died. Now, do you still have someone to rely on? At the same time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out, causing the experts to look at him in disbelief. Did this young man kill Great Senior Crescent Moon? Did you kill him? The sect master of the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect opened his eyes wide. In fact, he already knew the answer in his heart, but he still found it hard to believe. After all, even he couldn't defeat Great Senior Crescent Moon. However, Lin Ling, who was only at the Transcendent Realm, killed him in a single blow. This Lin Ling was too mysterious. Three Elements Golden Dipper sect, because an elder tried to kill me in the past, I don't have any good impression of this sect. However, you and I have no enmity, so I don't want to kill you. However, you tried to kill me before. Lin Ling held his sword and walked forward step by step. His blue robe made these famous experts tremble with fear. Wait, Lin Ling, Venerable Sea Calming and I are best friends. You can't touch me. The sect master of the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect panicked. How could he not be afraid when Great Senior Crescent Moon was dead? At this moment, he suddenly regretted. He didn't expect that Lin Ling, who could kill Heavenly Venerable Void Star not long ago, would become stronger again in such a short time. You said that I was stubborn before. You were right about that. If I want to kill you, I won't give face to anyone. Lin Ling's eyes were firm as he slashed out with his sword. His killing intent was extremely decisive. Hong Long Long. The unparalleled sword turned into a sword light and directly killed the sect master. With his current strength, he couldn't block Lin Ling's sword of 8 universes at all. The sect master of a generation died just like that. And he didn't die in a big battle, but in a small ambush. Run. Run. The expressions of the remaining experts changed drastically as they dispersed in a hubbub. They were completely terrified. Lin Ling didn't chase after them because there were too many of them. The most important thing was to escape in different directions, so he didn't bother to kill them all. He then slowly put the Tyrant Song sword on his back. Jin Yuan and his sister watched this scene with their mouths wide open. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.